the June 4th, 2024 City Council Work Session meeting. Our meetings are public, and you're welcome to join us in person or by watching from the Council's agenda page, Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, or SLC TV. We hope you'll continue to join us in whatever manner you feel most comfortable. This is a work session meeting during which there is no public comment. Please join us tonight during our 7 p.m. formal meeting to share your comments. We, of course, welcome your feedback anytime by mail to P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84114-5476, by email at council.comments@slcgov.com, or via our 24-hour phone comment line 801-535-7654. Comments we receive on agenda topics are shared with council members and posted to our website, slccouncil.com. We'll now begin our work session with our first item on the agenda, A1, which is informational updates from the administration. Alicia de Leon is here as a community liaison, as well as everyone's favorite director of homelessness policy and outreach, Andrew Johnston. Alicia, you have all the best decals on your computer. Culture Coffee, Westside, all of it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alicia. I'm the Mayor's Community Liaison for Districts 2 and 3. Thank you for your interest in hearing administrative updates from the Mayor's office. First slide, please. As a reminder, we encourage you to visit our webpage for regular opportunities to engage with the city. Next slide. Updates from the Planning Department. For the June 12th Planning Commission meeting, the Commission will be hearing both the Mobile Business Text Amendment and the North Point Zoning Text Amendment. As a reminder, the Mobile Business Text Amendments were made to align our code with state law and remove obsolete provisions. The zoning for North Point is to implement the recently adopted North Point Small Area Plan. The Planning Commission initiated a text amendment to expand the ability to use rooftop space by allowing the necessary railings and safety requirements to exceed the height requirements of the underlying zoning district. That proposal will have a public hearing in late June or July. Finally, the electric sign regulations update initiated by the council should be transmitted soon after some additional input from sign manufacturers. Next slide. The Sustainability Department is committed to a cleaner, healthier future for our residents. A public survey around electrified transportation will be launched this week and shared on the Facebook community site, in newsletters and social. The purpose of the survey is to understand how we can help our community transition to clean transportation options and learn more about the community's existing transportation priorities, goals, and barriers. The survey will be open for 3 weeks. For the Mayor's office, please take note of the community liaison office hours for the summer months. We welcome constituents to come visit us and chat about important topics for your communities. Next slide. There are many exciting events happening in the month of June that are city-sponsored, ACE-funded, and publicly permitted events. I recommend you attend the Ballpark Bites at Jefferson Park, Downtown Farmers Market at Pioneer Park, the Utah Asian Festival at the Utah State Fair Park, and Juneteenth Freedom Festival at Jordan Park. Hope you enjoy. Next slide.
As you can see on the screen, we have one slide today. The top is our current resource center beds are at capacity, and the link below that is a link to the online dashboard that anybody can access at any point and see that. The encampment impact mitigation work and rapid intervention work will be some follow-up at Warm Springs Road, Victory Road area. That's been quite an endeavor for the last 2 weeks, and they'll finish up this week, I believe. Rapid intervention team will be on the Jordan River, Backman to Day Riverside, and then some work in Jefferson Park, Liberty Park, Library Square. And resource fair is obviously on the second Friday of the month, and then kayak court on the third Friday of the month. Today we did want to notice a new apprentice we have in Hart, which is our first time doing apprentice work in Hart. Wesley Winterhalter is actually here. I just wanted to make sure the council is aware that that apprentice work is happening in Hart as well. So it's been very helpful. Welcome to Wesley. And then we had a question about the micro shelter community and an update on their work. They are still operating at essentially full capacity at 3rd South and 600 West. The State Office of Homeless Services is still planning on moving that program in July to a new location on 7th West and 500 South. They're still working on the details. The site plan is done for that new location. They're working on infrastructure implementation there to ensure they have the utilities they need, et cetera. And then they're working through the details of what that operation would look like as far as a physical move. Any other questions?
Council? All right, thank you both. With that, we'll move on to A2, the ordinance for the zoning map amendment at 1544 and 1550 South, 900 West. Brian Fulmer, Council Policy Analyst, and Andy Hulka, the Principal Planner, will be joining us.
Thank you. We're also joined by John Anderson, Planning Manager. This is a proposal to amend the zoning map for properties at 1544 and 1550 South 900 West in Council District 2 from their current R1 7000 or single family residential zoning to RMF 30, which is low density multifamily residential zoning. The petitioner's stated objective is to construct attainably priced for sale townhomes on the site. The petitioner is planning to join us. I don't see him here, but if he does, he would like an opportunity to address the council. I'll now turn it over to Andy.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So this is a request from Garbett Homes for a rezone affecting two parcels, 1544 South and 1550 South, 900 West. The two parcels are just under an acre in size, about 0.82 acres, and they are currently vacant. The request is to rezone from R1 7000 residential single family to RMF 30 low density multifamily residential. Next slide, please. This slide shows the current and proposed zoning. As you can see, the map gives a little bit of context for the zoning surrounding the subject properties. So the yellowish colors are residential single-family zones. And then we've got RMF 30 immediately to the west. That property was recently rezoned last year. And then further to the south, towards the intersection, there are some commercial zoning and manufacturing zoning as well. Next slide. The primary difference between the zoning districts is the allowed building types. The RMF 30 land use table lists tiny homes, cottage developments, twin homes, single family attached, and small multifamily dwellings as permitted uses. The West Side Plan encourages the use of vacant parcels for the small multifamily infill projects. And this project did receive a letter of support from the Glendale Neighborhood Council and a positive recommendation from the Planning Commission. So I think that's all I have. But with that, happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Council? No? We're very easy to please today.
Making our jobs easy. Thank you.
I know. I think this is a great project. I'm excited to see it come to pass. So thank you all so much. All right. We are now going to move on. Wow. Our finance department is just amazing. Like, they know their spidey sense was tingling that we were about to call them up. So I'm excited. Okay, so I'm going to ask Sylvia Richards, who might not be aware that we're running ahead of schedule, Mary Beth Thompson, and Lisa Hunt to join us. We're going to talk about the consolidated fee schedule for 24-25.
Madam Chair, Sylvia Richards is on her way.
Thank you so much. All right, so we're forcing Sylvia to power walk. Sorry, Sylvia. When you're ready, the time is yours. No rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The consolidated fee schedule organizes fees into one chart by department and function and identifies all fees collected by the city. The general fund fees are adjusted each year by the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, which is 4.0%. Some fees are determined by special calculations and don't use a CPI adjustment, such as the building permit fees that are based on total project valuation. Speaking of which, the proposed new boarding building permit fee increases discussed during last week's work session were not included in the CFS since the council requested additional information and research. The council can still adopt the CFS as part of the fiscal year 25 budget with the understanding that the boarded building discussion will be held at a later time, possibly in August. And staff will add a motion to the budget adoption documents indicating this. The council may recall holding a separate briefing May 7th on a request from the administration to reduce the Twilight Golf fees and athletic field reservation fees, and those proposed reductions were adopted that same night, May 7th, and are included in the CFS. And Mary Beth and Lisa are here in case they would like to add anything.
I guess the only thing that I'd like to add is that we do cost analysis on fees all throughout the year, and those fees are added into the CFS. They can also be added in throughout the year, but we try to get all of them consolidated in with the budget and the CFS.
And Mary Beth, is it correct to say that you're not recommending the maximum amount of fees? Is that correct? It's some percentage and it might be different in different circumstances?
We give the departments a range from a direct to a fully loaded, and then they can pick anywhere, or the council can choose to pick anywhere from a direct fee to a fully loaded cost.
Okay. And does the council currently have access to that range of information, do you think?
We can get those for you for the cost analysis that we've completed.
This might be something that if there are certain areas that you are especially interested in, you could, if you want to kind of discourage a certain thing, then you could put that at a higher percentage of a receipt of reimbursement.
Councilmember Dugan?
Thank you, Mary Beth, and thank you, Cindy, for those questions too, because a couple times the fees have been brought to my attention on the sidewalk diversion and sidewalk closure. A number of times downtown where I've been told, and this is just, I have no backing and facts behind it, but people were doing, saying it's a diversion and really it's a closure when you come up to the intersection and you can't get across, so you have to walk out into the street to get around, whether there's snow. And I've been there on a couple of occasions where the intersection's closed and you have to kind of walk back to the other intersection to get around because there's so much snow and debris, and there's no place to walk except on the street. And I'd really like to maybe take a little bit stronger look at the sidewalk closures, sidewalk diversions, and lane closure, because those are, from a diversion of $35 a week to a lane closure of $300 a week, that could add up quite a bit to a developer, and so they're going to go for a diversion. But the public, especially if you're in have a ADA requirement, mobility challenge, that could be really difficult. So if we could look at those fees and those definitions, I would really encourage that, because I think those need to be looked at. Thank you.
Council? While you all are thinking, is this the place where the field fees live for? So in terms of policy, I would like us as a council to look at a policy that would define what youth development is and offer the opportunity for 100% forgiveness of fees in exchange for sweat equity in the future, so that we can, I really think it's important to promote things that promote youth development. And, these are the positive identifiers that prevent our kids from falling into those negative things that we're worried about. We know that kids who stay engaged in these activities have a higher likelihood of graduating high school, of avoiding involvement in gangs and those sorts of things. So the investment that these volunteer leagues are making in our city's future is not small. And in the case of what Dan and I know for sure, since we kind of got to take a deep dive with these baseball, specifically with the baseball groups, but I know there's football, there's lacrosse, there's other sports. What we know is that they actually contribute to the well-being of our fields, not only through maintaining them so that they can use them, but also that the constant usage, the drawing of positive attention. Last night, we had closing ceremonies for Rose Park baseball, and the number of people who stayed behind picking up garbage on the fields and making sure it was left pristine. So I see all the way around, as a city, we get benefit from them. I think us creating a pathway for them to have access to those fields without the fees is reasonable. My most reasonable path would be to do a sweat equity write-off with the hours calculated at the volunteer rate that the Lieutenant Governor's office sets for nonprofits. So we would expect a return on it, and I only want it for youth development leagues that are profiting off of registrations, either because they're competitive or the adult recreational leagues that are designed to create profit flow. Those would be exempted for me. I really want to focus on the youth development aspects of these.
And thank you. I appreciate that, because I agree. The term youth development or rec leagues, vice the comp leagues, I think that's a very valid point. I also, when you say youth, so that, to me, that's K through 8th grade, because at high school there's a different level there, so maybe more at the K through 8th grade, but I'm also open to the beyond that, but I was looking at more of the K through 8th grade.
Honestly, anything that helps a kid get through high school graduation to me seems to have value, but I'm with you. There are just leagues that generate profit. If you're generating profit, then you can have an overhead expense.
Yeah.
If you're relying on volunteer labor, I think we should be able to throw in some grass for you as a city.
So, Chair, I would also advocate for the K through 12, although a lot of our high schools have those opportunities built in. Sometimes those leagues are not accessible to our players that may not have developed at the top tier kind of skill level. And the rec leagues provide still that engagement related to the social emotional components. So I think if there's opportunities there related to the greater K through 12, I'd like to see us take those.
Chair, I just wanted to echo in District 4, there's a lot of concerns, again, to what my colleague Dan Dugan mentioned, which is the sidewalk diversion. I think it's really important that we look specifically and in particular when our developers are requesting these permits and obliging or not. So making sure that we look at our fees so that way we have accessibility in the downtown. There's a lot of areas, and with booming construction, I imagine that we'll see less and less sidewalk and pedestrian access. So as much as we want to center pedestrian accessibility, we want to make sure that our fees reflect that. I also wanted to ask Mary Beth if on the permits for, just lost it, for our trucks and food trucks, if that's reflective of a low barrier access in our city. We have a lot of vending carts available. There it is, the sidewalk vending cart fee. If that land use fee is something we can reduce, or if we believe it's palpable for our city.
I don't think we've looked at that cost analysis for a while. It is adjusted by CPI, but we could go back and look at that and see.
I would really appreciate that in terms of low barrier entry into food equity and accessibility. I think food trucks in particular have a space for providing food in our city. Especially when they're business owners that are BIPOC or coming from disenfranchised communities. That's their economic entry point into the restaurateur or into business. So we want to make sure that's important for me, that we have a low barrier cost.
Madam Chair, regarding that, we heard today that Planning Commission is currently looking at the more mobile business ordinance, and I know that's a planning ordinance, but maybe we can try and time the cost analysis of that to come to us at a similar time as when that planning petition comes through. I know it's asking a lot of the administration, but if possible, we could consider both of those things at the same time because they really are so related. I would love that.
Does the mobile business ordinance and fee schedule comprehend like push carts as well as trucks?
There's a vending cart ordinance, but
Okay.
I think mobile and vending cart are separate. And most of these fees are charged through business licensing. So I like Councilmember Mono's suggestion, because then business licensing has the accurate fees that they can charge other mobile vending rather than just food.
Great.
Just for follow-up, can you help us understand, there are the push carts where people are just informally selling items, and then there are the carts that are stationed at an assigned location, and then there are the food trucks, and then there are the mobile windshield changing or
Dog groomers.
dog groomers. So the low barrier is emphasized in which, or all of those?
In particular, I'd love for us to look at the push carts and the mobile food trucks.
Yeah. Councilmember Pui?
I would like to ask a little bit about the sidewalk diversion, and I am seeing a lot of those, and certainly it's a policy question, possibly an enforcement, not necessarily. Maybe you can give me the answers, but maybe we can start the conversation about those. I see a lot of sidewalks that are being blocked off, and there is no alternative in some areas, and it becomes very dangerous for anybody to. And we have obviously, I don't have to say this, but very gigantic streets. So sometimes people just force themselves into the street, and I would like to figure out a way of looking into that. And not only about the fee, but what is the alternative? What fines, and maybe hardening those fines for people that block the sidewalk when they shouldn't, and they're not giving good alternatives to pedestrians. We are a city that is being there's construction. It feels like in every corner, so we're seeing and I'm hearing a lot of complaints from my neighbors about that. And the quick question about the no trespass sign. I know that there is the cost of making the sign, and then there is a $30 fee. Is that how I understand this? The no trespassing sign from the police department, or is I used to believe that it was only the cost of making the sign, the fee for that. Is there an additional cost?
No, that you're correct. It's our direct cost of the sign, and that's it.
It's $30.96. Okay, that solves that question. Thank you.
Council, anything else? All right, I think we're good. Thank you so much. All right, with that, we will move on to item number 4, the fiscal year 24-25 budget for the 911 department. Ben Lutke, Council Policy Analyst, is joining us at the table, as well as Lisa Kehoe, our 911 Dispatch Director, who has the best shoes. Oh my gosh, I love them. And can we introduce who's with you as well? Okay, Deputy Director Megan Dickerson. Thank you.
The $11.6 million proposed budget for the 911 department is $350,000 more than the current fiscal year. That's a 3% increase, and all of those funds are for personnel costs. So these are the expenses you see in every department. The 5% general pay increase in the mayor's recommended budget, changes for insurance and for pensions. There is a separate fund called the E911 fund, which receives revenues from excise taxes paid on phone bills. So if you look on the details of your phone bill, you'll see, like 90 cents for a tax. It goes into this fund, and the city receives a portion of that revenue. There's $3.9 million budgeted to go from the E911 fund to the general fund to offset the costs of the department's operations. So that's a good thing. It helps the general fund pay for these ongoing expenses. That fund has a very healthy balance. It's projected next year to have $7.8 million, which is 1.5 times the annual revenue that it is projected to bring in. Policy question 2 is if you would like to ask the administration to look at that fund as part of the zero-based budgeting exercise next fiscal year. The fund also has one new expense, $113,000 for a new software program called Vesta Analytics. It would provide the department with new evaluation tools to have insights into their operations to refine their future budget and staffing requests. It would also help them respond faster to requests for public safety investigations, such as when they reconstruct an incident and they need the exact timing and duration of things that happened. I've got a few charts and tables for you in the staff report. I'll start on page 2. Every year, as part of the 911 budget, we look at their staffing and we look at their 911 call answer times. So the first one you'll see here on page 2, this is taking a decade-long look at staffing in the 911 department. And this department has had prolonged challenges with staffing. You'll see that bottom row that's color-coded. The red ones are where there are lower retention rates, and the green are higher. So in the right second to most right column, 2024, you'll see a 92% retention rate. This is the highest retention rate this department has had in a decade, which is great. On the flip side, if you go to the top row, where it says the highest number of total employees for the year, it was 80 out of 100 authorized. So the retention rate is the highest it's ever been, but the staffing level was one of the lowest it's reached over the same time. So you can see both sides of the success and the challenge on the staffing side. And I want to point out 3 years in the middle, 2019 through 2021. You'll see that those are the years where the 100 authorized staffing was met for at least part of the year. So remember, 2019 to 2021 is when the department was able to meet full staffing for at least part of the year. We'll come back to that in a couple tables. Next page. So this chart shows 911 call answer times. And in the top row is calls answered within 10 seconds. And on the far right, you'll see for calendar year 2023 that 92.6% of 911 calls were answered within 10 seconds or less. This exceeds the national best practice, which is fantastic. Looking back over the decade, there were some years where that was not the case. The other thing you'll notice, those years of 2019 to 2021, where the department did reach its full 100 FTEs, those are also the same 3 years that had the best response times for 911 calls. So that speaks to the connection between the staffing and the outcome. On the next table, if we can scroll down a little bit, this one is also color-coded. Same scheme as the first table, where green is better, red is less good. So you see there's 1 to 2 minutes in terms of how long it took to answer the 911 call, and then the row below that is 2 minutes or more. Council members have asked to look at the calls that waited the longest to receive a 911 call. So this chart shows in 2023, again, calendar year, that the number of calls that took 60 seconds or more to receive an answer significantly increased. It almost doubled compared to the last few years. And recalling those 3 years, 2019 to 2021, when full staffing was reached, those are also the years that had some of the lowest number of calls that waited 1 minute or longer. So again, the connection between the staffing and the outcomes. And then scrolling down, we've got an update on the MCOT, the Mobile Crisis Outreach Team. This is a partnership between the 911 department and the University of Utah's MCOT program. The bottom row in totals shows the outcomes for the first 4 months of this calendar year. So it shows that there were 71 mental health crisis calls that were resolved over the phone. There were 99 where MCOT was able to be deployed, and this is diverting those calls to MCOT, where otherwise it may need a city personnel response, which could be a traditional police response. There were still 19 calls that required a law enforcement response where they were deployed, and there were 3 that were referred to a higher level of care. Looking back over the last 3 years since this partnership began, there have been over 1,000 calls that have been either diverted to MCOT or were resolved over the phone.
Ben, or Madam Chair, how does a call get into this statistic? Is it the caller self-identifies as I'm having a mental health crisis, or are our dispatch employees trained to like separate between mental health and a different type of crisis?
There's actually a multiple way, sorry, I'm usually bad at that, and I'm short. Okay, so there's several ways an individual can call in expressing that they want help, they need help, and it may be obvious that there's no immediate threat to themselves or anyone else. And at that point, they'll conference MCOT onto the phone, so they don't actually let go of the call. They stay on the phone with MCOT, and at that point, MCOT will kind of dictate, okay, this might need further care, or it's okay to drop off the line, but we'll make sure that there's kind of a bridge to make sure that they feel safe. And there is opportunity as well for folks to call MCOT directly, and maybe they've worked with them and they decided that we need to ask you guys to send police as well, and so we'll get a call directly from MCOT, but typically someone will just call in and we can confirm that safety is not in question, and that's when we'll bring them on the line.
Thank you.
Sure.
Madam Chair, thank you. A quick question on these numbers. I it's impressive what is being done on this. I'm curious about what percentage of the total calls become this, right? And that's an interesting aspect for me. I'm hearing from other jurisdictions that it becoming 20-30% of the calls in other cities are related to mental health calls, and to me that is an important data point that might help this body and maybe other bodies in the state understand the need. So I would love to have a lot more in depth related to this information, but how this is part of the greater picture, and if it's growing or not.
No, absolutely. You couldn't be more right. And that is, it's a need that has always been there. I think that now we're just finally having an awareness to be able to see it and start to capture that data. And this is a very innovative city in our approach. I think we're at an important peak level where now we can begin to organize a little bit and quantify what's happening. So you are right. Those figures do match up. This is just a small piece of the pie with MCOT's involvement. And we have other reports coming in with the police department, how they're handling it, with the chat teams, with the fire department, and so on and so forth. And now we just need to basically make sure the nice dashboard to sort of clean all of that up, which I can get into a little bit as well later. But you are right. This is common for us to see these types of calls, and it's great to have other resources available to divert to the help they actually need, as opposed to just doing with the bare bones minimum. So. But yeah, that's pretty accurate. It's something we're used to seeing.
Do we think that we can potentially find that data?
Yes. Actually, I can send you a report as well. Megan Yule has prepared an amazing report that shows everything in our city, all the different pieces, and how we're all contributing to that. So that's something, if it hasn't been shared with you yet, when we conclude, I can definitely get that to you over as well.
So Councilwoman Young, but then let's remember, this is just the preamble. They haven't even gotten into their presentation.
It's okay.
Good, Councilwoman Young.
I can wait until after their budget presentation because mine's related to future. Please.
Great.
I had one more thing on the next page. This looks at the total call volume. And the chart, and then if we can also scroll down to the table below it, it has in blue the 911 call volumes. The green are the non-emergency, which is the vast majority of the calls. And then the orange is the totals. So for the second year in a row, both 911 and non-emergency calls have seen significant decreases. And it's important to note that not all calls are equal. Some are a lot more complex and take longer to resolve than others. So it's helpful to look at the overall call volume as kind of a proxy, but there's a lot of nuance that it doesn't reflect. I'll stop there, and then Lisa has a presentation for you.
Bring up the slide. Perfect. This might be the shortest slide I've ever made for you guys, just so you know. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Just need a couple extra inches in height. Okay. Perfect. Is this a little better? Thank you. Okay. And of course, myself, Lisa, and this is Megan. We can skip to the next slide. And this is just to give you kind of a breakdown overview of what our administrative team looks like. We recently organized our structure a little bit. So these are our assistant directors and, of course, our acting deputy director as well that report directly to myself. Next slide. And this generalization of the overview of changes we're looking for is the VESTA analytics that we discussed. That is where that's reflected, that the E911 fund would actually be able to pick up, just so you can see that there. Next slide. And we'll just skip one more slide. The next one kind of explains a little bit better, and this is a good opportunity to answer any questions if you would like to know a little bit more about it, which I'm actually kind of excited to tell you, if that's okay. So VESTA is the system that we use. That is the software when you actually call 911, you call non-emergency, that's our phone service. And with this change, we will be able to not only give better, accurate reports as to crime scene building, but also be able to really track the health of the actual dispatcher. In other words, right now, it's not a way to quantify what type of calls you're getting and how often. With this added, we can actually see, okay, this individual has taken exponential amount of these type of calls. This is a good time to interject and probably check in on them just to make sure they're doing okay. So we can look at things like burnout or potential fatigue. And again, of course, I really believe that it's important that we're giving accurate stats. We do that constantly. We want to see how many times someone is called. Unless it's put into our computer-aided dispatch, we really aren't giving the best accurate response and reports that we could, but this would actually allow us the insight to do that. And I'm also really happy to know that this is something that qualifies for E911, so we can just continue. We already have the software. It's just basically an upgrade from that. And the next slide is just something that I threw in there. I wanted to let you guys kind of know what we've been going through this past year in case you were interested. Staffing has been a challenge, as you've seen throughout the decade. It kind of has a bit of a wave. It goes up and down. But one of the things that I was able to look at and just kind of pick apart was, what are we doing to better equip those that are responsible for training the ones that are coming into this profession? And we want to make sure that they're really able to kind of mentor and guide, and also do so in a way that's consistent, measurable, of that nature. And right now, all of our training dispatchers, as well as our supervisors, are undergoing the CTO program through NENA, which is the National Emergency Number Association. This will allow them to have a better understanding of learning types, teaching types. We all learn a little bit differently, and we also come from different generations and cultures and things like that. So with this training, it helps them have a better awareness to their peers, how to approach them, how to standardize the way they write their daily observational reports, things like that. We've already begun the process of putting them through this training, and we're going to keep going until it's completed. So that's a big change for us. And also peer support training is another one. It kind of felt like it sort of went to the wayside, but now that's a priority. I think it's always been a priority, and we're making sure that it's treated as such. We want to make sure, again, that our peer support team members are well equipped to handle being a good resource for each other when they go through crisis, which, it happens, unfortunately, more often than not. And something also that I wanted to highlight that was mentioned in some of the questions you had previously asked about was our implementation of posting overtime in advance. It seems like a very common sense practice, but it really wasn't done that way. These individuals that have a lot of high stress happening were also getting last minute notice that, hey, you've worked 12 hours, we're going to go ahead and keep you for 4 more. That is very difficult to ask someone to do without being able to mentally prepare for it, even if this is, say, tomorrow or the next day. Everyone has lives, and I just did not feel like that was contributing to a healthy work-life balance. So now giving it in advance notice, individuals can kind of see what's going on. They can plan accordingly for their lives and their families. And it's had a significant decline in our mandatory overtime, but also it's allowed us to be a little bit more fair with how it's being distributed. And we're going to keep going. It's working well. And the next thing I wanted to talk about was just, these are really just a few changes. We have so many things happening, and we are being very responsible and careful with it. I don't like to have a lot of dramatic change happen. Everyone needs to take it off in manageable pieces and portions to be able to kind of absorb and give us a chance to review what's happening. And that's kind of the generalization of what's been going on. And I'd like to open this up to you all. If you have any specific questions that we can answer, I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilwoman Young.
Why, thank you. So I think one of the pieces I wanted to raise in relation to some of the innovations that when I had the opportunity to meet with you later last year, was as we look at fund balance moving forward, I would love to see some of those great ideas related to utilizing technology to be able to enhance that 911 experience related to making sure that our respondents are informed. You just had such amazing ideas for what the future could look like. And as we talk about fund balance, I would love to see those ideas brought forward.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Dugan, and then Councilwoman Lopez Chavez.
Thank you very much, and thanks for all the work you do. And I really love the high retention number. That I think that's really says a lot about you and your organization and how it works, because with so many vacancies, but you have a high retention rate, that is a bonus. But it also, at the same time, and I know it concerns you too, is the concerning factor of, boy, you lose a few more than you're in the hurt locker, as I would say sometimes. So I really want to be asked what kind of help we can give you on different incentives to bring up those not the retention numbers, but keep the retention numbers, but bring in the recruiting side of the house. What can we do to help you on the recruiting side? I know police has the same problem with recruiting issues. Fire, all public services in these tough jobs have a hard time with the recruiting because of their demand and the not a lot of qualified people out there who can take these jobs. So I want to know how we can help you on that side, because that is where I see a benefit for the whole entire city is how we can reduce the call time, but also make sure your health is state number one there. So let us know how we can do that, because I really want to focus on how we can help you on the policy side of what we can do for the retention or the recruiting.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. I do want to point out that it's definitely slowed folks running out the door, and I think shifting to making the employee the priority was an easy decision to make, and making sure that their welfare was maintained not only at work but at home, and being able to reach out to each other. So now they went to an environment where it seemed like there wasn't a lot of support, even though there was. It just maybe wasn't brought to their attention where those resources were. Now there's definitely a better morale. People feel supported. That's the first step. And another one I'm very passionate about is the reclassification as first responders. I find that that's something that in the future I would like to eventually pursue and look at it from another perspective, because it does stand out. There's different protections in place for these individuals for all the hard work that they do. Other agencies are moving that direction as well, and that does definitely make it a recruiting opportunity, because that tells you that we're going to support you, we're going to protect you, and that's something that I would like to move forward in the future. Absolutely.
I would be deeply interested in understanding after budget season what is entailed in that process, and understanding, even if it's not something we can do in one fell swoop, like creating a pathway.
And one more question, thank you. Also, on the same note of the using the community response teams, right, from the police side of the house, and they're calling back the 911 hangups and the abandoned 911 calls, and I appreciate using those guys. That's awesome to do that, and how we make sure that they are taking all those calls. And I know your system probably allows you to be able to divert that. And are we utilizing? Do you need our help in utilizing them in the right hours? Because that's, you have a window of time when the need is higher than other times, and so how we can really use those forces too, because they're a valuable resource that kind of takes a lot of the pressure off your dispatchers.
Oh, absolutely. And you're right. It's extremely helpful. And I'll try not to open up a can of worms by saying this, but that kind of gets back into the alternative response models as a whole. And I know you've all asked a lot of questions about it, so hopefully I won't make everyone stay longer than you need to. But some of you asked, how can we better streamline that interaction? And something that I may actually just make Megan talk. She's better with this than me, but there's so many other amazing options and ideas, and I don't know if that's been brought to him as attention, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Ready, set, go. She said it so nice earlier. I don't want to botch it.
I hope this kind of answers your question, because we are, as dispatchers working in 911, we're very supportive of all the alternative responses that the city has put forth. And we want to continue to utilize those as best in fire as well. And so we definitely want to keep those first responders available for like the most emergent emergencies. That sounds kind of redundant, but like that's what they're there for. And at 911, we're considered a PSAP, which is a public safety answering point. So our main primary focus is making sure that we're like putting the public safety first. So we want to make sure we're using those alternative responses where possible. We also have to keep our dispatchers ready and available to dispatch the first responders as being part of like the first responder public safety trifecta. So we're trying to find a fine balance of using the alternative responses while not getting inundated by trying to remember all these different alternative responses that can be dispatched by their own personal dispatch agencies, similar to how the University of Utah has a dispatch agency for their security. They have police dispatchers and security dispatchers. So we're trying to find the same balance while utilizing those alternative responses that the city provides, if that makes sense.
Okay. Councilwoman Lopez Chavez, and then Councilmember Pui.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, does Vesta integrate with CompStat, or could you explain to me how that works?
For CompStat, I'm not sure. I don't. That's something that's completely on the police side when they do all their data analytics. I believe they do pull from that, but probably not a lot without the analytics involved.
Then my next question would be, because I see 911 as a potential data repository to give us insight, and not just who responds, but who's making those calls.
Yes.
And that is more accurate to me. I'd love to see, I don't know if that's a policy discussion, but I'd love to see how we can better enhance our services based off of the influx of calls of service that 911 is seeing.
As soon as I have analytics, I'll be able to give you all the reports you want.
Okay. You heard it, guys. We got to give her Vesta. Yeah.
Councilmember Pui.
And just a quick, Flora is still on the team?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm sure she's a good girl, and thank you for having her. I know that I'm sure that it is very appreciated by your staff, and I would love to, maybe, is that correct? I know that there are some people there that appreciate Flora the dog.
Yes.
Oh, it's the dog. It's a therapy dog.
I mean, you can tell us quickly, briefly about it.
She's been a great help, and we've actually been rewriting the policy on her canine handling program kind of as a whole, so we can look at it and just make sure that no matter what, it's being adhered to, because it was a little bit scrambled when I first got there. But she's actually doing her regular ongoing training as we speak. She's getting a little bit more out to the public and their stations, and I guess I need to bring her to see you all. But she's definitely helpful. She's able to just be there if they're having a hard time. She can kind of recognize those things, and we love her. We're a little partial to Flora.
Okay, if she's a dog, then calling her a good girl is appropriate. I feel so much better.
Okay, I know. Sorry.
I believe that that's actually her name. Good
Flora.
Flora, good girl. That's
yeah.
He gave her. But yes, apparently, she's trained to recognize signs of stress and
be present with.
Try to solve that.
That's amazing. All right, council. All right, thank you all very much. If we have any additional questions, we know how to reach you. Thank you. All right, with that, we will move on to our fire department. So Jen Bruno, our council deputy director, will be joined by Chief Lieb, our fire chief. And Chief, if you'll introduce whoever else will be joining you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before turning it over to the Chief, I'll just give a brief introduction. The Salt Lake City Fire Department provides fire and medical services from 14 stations around the city. The fiscal year 25 proposed budget increases the total department budget by 4.8% from about $52.3 million to $54.5 million. The department currently has 404 FTEs, which includes 2 that were added mid-year this year. And 14 of those FTEs are funded by the Funding Our Future sales tax revenue because they fit in the category of public safety. The 2 additional FTEs proposed in fiscal year 25, which are the medical response paramedics, are also proposed to be funded with the Funding Our Future sales tax revenue. And I just wanted to make a brief point of clarification for the public and the council before we get into the administration slides, that they noted a slight discrepancy in terms of the total budget figure. I think it relates to what was and was not included in the total department budget. So we'll work to clarify that with the department, but just for the council's reference, the actual budget figure is the budget figure included in the mayor's recommended budget. So we just wanted to make that clarification. And with that, I'll turn it over to the chief.
Thanks, Jennifer. I appreciate that. Madam Chair, council members, thanks for giving us a few minutes to speak with you this afternoon. With me on my right is my finance manager, Clint Rasmussen. Behind me, I have Assistant Chief Mike Fox for moral support. And we'll get right into it. This is going to be relatively short. I think it's pretty straightforward. Most of you are in tune to what we're trying to accomplish right now, and this is just kind of building on what we've started. So first, next slide, please. Quickly, our organizational chart illustrates the chief's position, and then the department is divided basically into 3 divisions with 3 assistant chiefs, 1 for administration, 1 operations, and 1 community risk reduction. Next slide, please. So here's our budget overview. If you look at 3 rows down, you see total costs. Our fiscal year 24 adopted expense budget, $52.2 million. Proposed changes are just under $500,000. As Jennifer said, this does not include the most recent MOU negotiation changes or COLAs or benefits. And under operating costs, it also does not include a one-time $240,000 transfer to fleet for some vehicles. So our proposed fiscal year 2025 budget, $52,736,000. And that includes 2 additional FTEs, which are part of this budget fiscal year ask. Next slide, please. Here's a summary of our insights. We have 4 of them. Number 1 is medical response paramedics, MRPs. This encompasses the 2 FTEs at $163,000. Number 2, contracts, inflationary increases, the cost of business for the fire department. Number 3, narcotics tracking system. I'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute. And number 4, those light fleet vehicles, which is a one-time cost passed through for fleet. It's in a total of $712,000. Next slide, please. Here are our insights one by one. So the first is the MRPs. This mirrors the budget amendment that you listened to in the winter, this past winter. It encompasses requesting the addition of 2 FTEs. They will be civilian paramedics. And in conjunction with that, we will convert 2 of our firefighters into 2 more of those positions. So for a total of 4. This is exactly what we did this past winter for the budget amendment. We have been successful in hiring 2 of those civilian paramedics, and we're looking for 2 more right now. If this budget is approved, we'll look for 4 additional. And we think it's making a difference in the short time we've already had them out in the street. Next slide, please. Contracts, inflationary increases. This is, as I said, the cost of doing fire department business. This includes medical contracts, education throughout the department, technology, operations, equipment, turnout gear, PPE, personal protective equipment. Next slide. Okay, inventory management system. We currently are operating antiquated and outdated system for managing the narcotics we use in the field. So this is the morphine, the ketamine, the Versed that our paramedics sometimes use in the emergency medical response. So this system that we're using right now was developed by IMS some 10 years ago. It has very little oversight as we use it right now. And quite honestly, the DEA is mandating an upgrade for this so we can keep control of these narcotics. So that's the $65,000 for this program efficiency. Next slide, please. Lastly, this is for light fleet vehicles. These will be for emergency management supervisors. We neglected to add these vehicles. This was our own bad, actually, that we didn't put these vehicles in 3 years ago when we took over emergency management, but we're still trying to catch up. And then one additional vehicle for the director of our chat team. And that's $240,000 one-time payment that's passed through the fleet. Okay, next slide. This is a quick summary of our requested insights, and that completes our PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Chief. Councilwoman Young.
Thank you. I appreciate the outline of the resources. I also appreciate that when we talk about response from fire in Salt Lake City, that we do have some of the best firefighters across the entire state. I have to call out your recent heroism related to the Wells Ward fire, not just in terms of the individuals that were rescued from that building, but also the fact that when you look at that block and all of the different structures, including single family houses that were saved related to the actions taken by the fire department, just speaks to the fact that you take the resources from the city and you put them into action to not just battle the fires, but also to prevent spread to the greater community. So I just wanted to say thank you for that, and that I appreciate you looking at your entire department to determine how we maintain that level of service moving forward.
Thank you for those words, Councilmember Young. Appreciate it. I'll pass that on to the crews.
Councilmember Pui.
Chief, thank you for the update on your budget. Certainly thankful to your officers and your team for all the work that you guys do. And not only, fires, but certainly all the work that you guys do to keep people safe and alive. I saw some of your team members responding to an overdose in the median on 800 West 2 days ago. So I really appreciate for that work. I would like to ask a little more about a longer conversation we had, and I know that it's still somehow new technology, but the electric vehicles for fire. Would like to know if where we are, if we are at any place, even if it's just monitoring those. And then will you explain to me something that maybe I should have asked you in private, but maybe for the public is useful as well. When your department is responding to an accident, sometimes the big machine, the big apparatuses are deployed. Can you explain to me when you decide to deploy certain vehicles versus another one? Some of them are big, and some of my neighbors, maybe including me, maybe because I'm uneducated or how that works, why do we need certain equipment and a given call, and if there is anything that we need to change, or if there is any, it's just an educational need there. So I appreciate the information on that.
Sure. Absolutely, Councilmember Pui. So question number one, electric vehicles. We remain very interested in obtaining an electric fire apparatus. I think the city has some interest as well. In fact, we have one of the manufacturer's units coming here to Salt Lake for us to take a look at, drive, touch it, open the cabinets, see what it does in the next month. So that would be the second visit of a manufacturer that's providing this. Really only 2 available right now nationwide that are viable, that have already been purchased by some other departments. We are also in close contact with those departments that have purchased electric vehicles, so I'm keenly interested in what their experience has been like. But I think we're a great candidate to employ one and put one into service. I think they can do the job. I think they are efficient. The questions we have, of course, are I need to make sure that it's got power while it's on an emergency scene for the duration of the emergency scene. Scenes like the fire we just talked about, that Councilmember Young was saying, we're there for hours, right? And in some cases they're pumping water. It's a lot of energy. It's a lot of electricity. So we need to know it can do that. But I think we're still on track to taking a look at it, and we're working closely with Fleet Division, and I think they are interested as well. Yeah. Your second question, so why do sometimes you see the big apparatus and why do you sometimes see the small apparatus? One of our number one goal in operations in Salt Lake City is to be as efficient as possible with the response model that we have, right? This is why we're talking about medical response teams and chat teams and light response vehicles. I want to send those kind of vehicles to I want to say the vast majority of our medical calls are probably not life-threatening. All right, so I'd like to put those light response vehicles in locations throughout the city where you're more apt to get a small vehicle, a small, light, focused, efficient, more sustainable unit. In some cases, that's not the closest vehicle, right? So in some cases, you will get a large vehicle. In other cases where it's a serious call, maybe a cardiac arrest, serious trauma, accident, in that case, we want as many personnel on hand as possible. So you're also going to get a large vehicle. So the criteria that happens in SLC 9.1 is key to the type of vehicle that you're going to get. And they don't determine, of course, what size of the vehicle is. We tell them what to send under certain criteria. So, but it's my intention, honestly, I want to send, if it doesn't require a truck or an engine, what we call heavy apparatus, I don't want to send a heavy apparatus. They use a lot of fuel, they put out a lot of pollution, it's a large carbon footprint, maintenance, and they're really expensive. So to run them on someone who stumbled on the sidewalk, they need care, but they might not need all the hose and all the water and 4 firefighters. So what you're seeing in the fire department right now has been a transition over the last several years to try and focus our efforts, use our resources that we have available to us to the highest value to the city.
And to that question, then, are you looking into a plan, to analyze how many smaller vehicles you may need in the future? I will be interested to seeing that information, maybe for future budgets.
Yeah, always. This plan, the very nature of a medical response paramedic, council member, is part of what you're talking about. With paramedics on these light vehicles, I can expand their response capabilities. Now I have a paramedic on there, not only EMTs. Paramedics are a higher trained EMS criteria, so I can send them to more calls instead of sending a heavy apparatus. So we're always analyzing that data. We're always looking for another way to become more efficient, more responsive, to the resources that you've granted us and the city has granted us.
Councilmember Dugan?
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for the presentation and the explanation on when you're sending out a heavy apparatus and just a light vehicle. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the work your department has done in kind of also adjusting on the chat team and the MRT with the paramedics and the EMTs. I think that's so vital, and it's so great to see we're nimble and we're not just sticking with one way, and we're going to try to continue to try to put that around that square peg in the round hole here. And I think I really appreciate the data that you have with the chat team, and because this makes it easier for us to support it and to support these additional personnel. Because as we were talking with the 911 dispatchers, their department on the alternative response teams, this is all integrated with each other, and I really think it says a lot about your department. It also says a lot about what the city does in responding to the critical needs of the city. So I appreciate the chat team, and I appreciate the MRT and the way you've managed and evolved these groups to respond to our needs. So thank you very much, and I fully support the what you have going here.
Thank you, Councilmember.
For my purposes, and Megan is probably like 9 miles ahead of me on this, I'm asking on the alternative response models. I can't distinguish between a medical response team and a chat team. And I think in order for us to continue to direct funds to the most effective possible, and I have no doubts that you all have every metric that we need, because you all are kind of the standard setter in the city for keeping metrics, but it would be really helpful to know what is the distinction. What does each team do? What does success look like for them? How closely do they approximate that success? And what does a future trajectory, look like for them as we move forward in decision making? When you say we think it's paying off, I trust you as a human in terms of public faith. I'd like a metric to back up your instinct.
Absolutely. So in that specific reference, I think it's paying off. We have had the paramedics, the MRPs that were just granted through the budget amendment in the field for 30 days. So it's way preliminary to tell if it's working, but early indications are that those paramedics are enabling us to send those light vehicles on more calls. And that's what we want. So that's one of the metrics. How many calls are these light response vehicles going on? As far as the differentiation between all the acronyms that we throw at all of you, I apologize. Because it's fire speak, it's similar, it's a different version of police speak, right? They have acronyms as well. In fact, we had a conversation just today about let's simplify all of this for everyone involved, including us. To answer your question, Madam Chair, whenever we talk about chat, whenever you hear the acronym chat, Community Health Access Team, you're talking about a social worker. Okay, that means there is a social worker component on that team. MRT is a medical response team. They're the same unit. Chat is with the MRT, so that just means there's 3 people. There's a firefighter, EMT, now soon to be there's a paramedic on all of those, and a social worker. That means it's a chat. You could call it a chat / MRT, but when there's a social worker on the unit, we just call it a chat. And that's the way the crews would request it. Is there a chat available? Is there a chat available? That means, do we have a social worker on those MRTs at any given time? Sometimes there is. More often than not now, there is. But we started out with just 3 social workers. There wasn't always a chat available. And we had more requests than we could respond to. Now we almost have a chat available every time they request, because we have 2 chat teams, one on the east side at Station 5 by the Whale, and one on the west side, Station 6 by the Smiths on Indiana. Those are where the 2 chat teams are. If the social worker, for whatever reason, isn't available, they're on vacation, we can't backfill it with another social worker, it just becomes an MRT. It's not a chat anymore. So chat is specific to social workers.
Thank you. That is an awesome clarification.
Yeah.
All right. Council, any other questions? All right. You're off the hot seat. We're taking it easy on you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Also, we are now ridiculously ahead of schedule. We're 1 minute after when you should have started. So, Council, I'm going to reward us with a 30-minute break instead of just a 20-minute break. And so I will see you back here at 2:45, please. And can we give Fleet Fund a heads up that we're running ahead of schedule? All right. Thank you. break. We're now going to move on to item number 7, the 24-25 budget fleet fund. Sylvia Richards, Council Policy Analyst, will join us, as will Jorge Chamorro, the Director of Public Services, Julie Crookston, Deputy Director of Public Services, and Nancy Bean, the Fleet Management Division Director. Sylvia, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Fleet Fund is housed within the Department of Public Services and supports departments citywide with vehicle and equipment purchases, maintenance, repair, replacement, fueling and inspection services for over 1,600 vehicles. They also maintain more than 2,500 light equipment. The Fleet Fund budget proposes a decrease of $4.5 million, which maintains minimal fleet purchases and completely depletes the fleet's fund balance. Historically, the fleet has maintained a healthy fund balance, though there is no written policy. In the coming year, the department will be working with finance to determine the appropriate level of their fund balance. As a reminder, Fleet is not an enterprise fund, so it relies on the general fund to fund their operations. Fleet has been underfunded since 2002. The annual appropriation to the Fleet Fund has never been adjusted for inflation, which reduces Fleet's buying power as vehicle costs have increased by more than 50%, which results in a backlog of vehicles eligible for replacement. Adjusting for inflation, Fleet indicates the appropriation would be approximately $8.5 million in order to address that backlog in vehicle replacement. And one more key piece of information is that car dealerships and manufacturers don't have enough vehicles in stock to meet current demand. And with that happy note, we'll turn the time over to Jorge and Julie and Nancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for having us. With me, I'll just quickly introduce Julie Crookston, Deputy Director, and Nancy Bean, Division Director for Fleet. All right, we're going to go through a quick presentation here. Next slide, please. Just a quick overview. Fleet, their org chart includes Nancy Bean as the Director, Jay Spencer as the Manager, and a few support people in this structure. Next slide, please. All right, so as Sylvia mentioned, this year's budget includes a net change of negative $4.5 million. This reflects some funds that are not coming into Fleet this year, including Funding Our Future, and some additional replacement funds. If we move to the next slide, I will break down what is actually coming into Fleet. Historically, as Sylvia mentioned, we have a standing request for $5 million going into the replacement fund for Fleet. As mentioned as well, this has not had an inflationary adjustment for over 2 decades, which, as you can understand, it diminishes the buying power for Fleet. Not only that, but we realized that electric vehicles had a higher price tag, and so less units. And overall, we have less buying power for electric vehicles. Next slide, please. All right, these are our projections for fiscal year 25. We have identified that the cost of doing business is going up, as for many of our fellow departments. In Fleet particularly, we're expecting a $1.27 million increase in inflationary and contractual increases, as well as we're projecting a $1.2 million boost in our replacement fund. So basically what we're doing is we're asking for the ongoing $5 million, and we are asking to increase that by 1.2 coming out of the Fleet fund balance. Next slide, please. This is a quick overview of the projected replacements for vehicles in fiscal year 25. the total amount that is going for replacements, the total net amount that is going for vehicle replacements, let me specify, general fund fleet is 3.5 million in fiscal year 25. And I will open it up for questions if you have any questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Young?
I just have a follow-up question related to this slide.
Sure.
Of the 42 replaced assets, do you happen to have an idea of what percentage of the total number of fleet assets that is?
That's a very good question. And I can calculate it in just a minute or two.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilperson Young? Please.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Related to vehicles and electric vehicles being more expensive. I think it was last year, but certainly it's been around for a couple of years since this federal bills pass. There is matching funds for those from the federal government that make those, how it was presented to us in the League of Cities, make those almost comparable in price to gasoline-powered vehicles. So, are we utilizing those grant fundings from the federal government, to what extent?
I'm going to mention actually a grant that, in partnership with the Department of Sustainability, we are pursuing. This one would be it is a very aggressive approach, because in order to support larger electric vehicle fleet, we will need to have the charging capacity, right? We are already dealing with situations where range anxiety occurs among our drivers, and we want to make sure that we have within the city an opportunity to reliably charge their vehicles without too much logistics of who's going for how much time. Just having that capacity built so we can incorporate more vehicles. So one of those federal grants is already in the works, and if you want to know a little bit more details, I'll let Julie just add more of those details on that. If not, we can.
No, I'm okay with that. I appreciate that. And I think it was one of the meetings we had last year. I'm excited that we are pursuing those grants. I do feel in general, not only from, I mean, I'm not talking about necessarily about you, and certainly you probably had a reasoning for this, but I'm talking more in general about the urgency about applying for these grants. One of our council analysts last year came to one of the League of Cities with us, and we were being told by multiple municipalities who was presenting these grants the matter of urgency about using these funds quick. I would like to really make sure that our city is putting all the effort and paying attention to this funding that is one-in-a-lifetime funding. Many municipalities across the country are applying to every single money there is for this. And I want us to make sure that we are on the forefront of that.
Certainly. Thank you.
And just to answer your question, Councilmember Young, 42 vehicles is about 2.6% of the overall fleet. We could confirm that number for sure, but it's around 2.6%.
That is helpful and concerning. And I guess I look at it in many ways in terms of how long do we expect an average vehicle to last and what that refresh replacement cycle may be. I'm sure that we're headed that direction related to future zero-based budgeting. But I'd just like to, I guess, keep that on our radar collectively as a council in terms of not ending in a space where it's now we're going to need to replace 50% of our vehicles this year and not being able to have the resources to do it.
Sure. Lopez Chavez Horton, did you have one? Okay. Lopez Chavez.
May I? Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this presentation. When we were referring to fleet, is this just sedan style vehicles, or are these apparatuses of all types?
It's a very diverse amount of assets. So you have anything from fire trucks,
pumper engines down to riding mowers.
Okay. Were these vehicles that were previously gasoline based or ethanol based in fuel type that are converted now to EV or in our purchasing?
Where it's feasible to go electric vehicle and we have department buy-in and the infrastructure set up, we are going electric vehicle. Where we've come into a lot of the problems is our mid-range trucks and our working trucks is going electric with those.
And my final to that was, how many of these vehicles then are EV based? How many of these vehicles are EV based?
I have those numbers.
Of the 42 that we are going to replace, yeah. Do we have a breakdown of how many of these 42 are?
Not yet. So once we receive council approval for exactly how much we'll be receiving in the budget, Nancy then visits with each department and says, okay, these are the vehicles that are up for replacement, and they do a business analysis of what type of vehicle is best going to fit your needs at this point in time, and if we can purchase a hybrid or an EV or another clean vehicle, we do. If what they need, the market doesn't provide that yet, then it is a different type of fuel.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, and I appreciate also the staff report on the numbers, because kind of going to Councilmember Young's point of the staff report said 26% of our fleet is beyond the industry standard useful life, and that also that we've been only funding you at $5 million, which is 2 decades behind, and we need $8.5 million. Now, is that $8.5 million needed just one time, or is that $8.5 million annually to take bites out of that 26% that are beyond their useful life? That was my first question.
So we did kind of break it down, and so if we were to get caught up, it'd be about 22 million, and that's to get us to a more even keel of about 8.5 a year.
So $22 million, if you had it one time, Christmas came along one time and cars were available one time, you could do that once, but over time, over a 10-year period, it would be a 10-year period that the $22 million would be spent? Is that to get back to more of a more reasonable percentage that's beyond the industry standard?
So yeah, the first year will be an infusion of 22 to get caught up, and then over time it would be 8.5.
Right. But if we were to go to 8.5 at this first year, we would start to bite into that 26%, right?
Yes,
or at least
absolutely.
Not stop the bleeding, because every year we're going to continuously get.
So 22 is the capital expense and 8.5 is the ongoing maintenance and operation.
Right, from 5.8.5.
Mm-hmm. Adjusted for inflation over time.
Right.
Yes, the 8.5 would need to be, like, in 10 years, 8.5 won't be enough anymore.
Will be 10, whatever the index
Exactly,
is.
it need to be adjusted for inflation.
So I bring this up because this is a big issue, just like deferred maintenance. This is a big issue that's not going away if we keep it at $5 million. And it will only go away if we keep it at 8.5, which is a big chunk of our budget. So we need to work together on how we're going to solve this problem, because it's not going to go away. And the second thing is on the electric vehicle charging. I also understand I'm a big proponent of electric vehicles, but I'm also a proponent of smart maintenance and hours in charge. So we have to be very balanced, the electrical vehicle and how long it takes to charge a car and how many people are sitting around waiting for that thing to charge. So we have to balance all those equations when we go into the electrical vehicle. I'm all for electrical vehicles, but in some places it may not, a hybrid or a multi-motored car, I'm saying hybrid, or the gas electric car, it may be more viable than a strict electric car. But I think that you guys already understand that part. So back to the point, we need to look at this problem together on the 3.5, that we have a shortfall that's going to be ongoing, because it's going to be serious for our whole city. Thank you.
Councilmember Pui, but first can I ask, Cindy, will this sort of deferred maintenance be eligible for any of the CIP deferred maintenance money that we're allocating?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Councilmember Pui and then Councilmember Wharton? Or you want to defer?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. What about fee? Can we use impact fees for vehicles or only buildings?
You can use impact fees for fire trucks.
Oh, that's it. Okay, but we could use funding our future dollars for ones that are police and fire
Public
related.
safety,
Yeah, and we're doing that. Like, yes. To get more to the heart of my question is, I don't know that we had planned to do an infusion of 22 million this year. So when do we, the longer that we wait to do that, the more that 22 million is going to go up. So like next year, is it going to be close to 22 million? Like if we have a year to plan that we're going to need to do this capital infusion, are these numbers still going to be good next year, or how far off will we be?
Yeah, definitely this year will get us an opportunity to plan, but our goal is for next year to relook at funding our future, because it has been very beneficial in the past to dedicate that funding for public safety vehicle replacements and allow the general fund to catch up with the 5 million ongoing that we have had. So yes, definitely next year we'll look into that.
Yeah, because I want to get caught up, and I want to do this, but I also I think I need more of a plan of how we phase that in and make sure that we're maximizing dollars from wherever we can, including the federal programs that Councilmember Pui mentioned, and so yeah, okay, thank you. I'll be looking forward to that next year. Thanks.
Councilmember Pui.
Yes, thank you. Quick question on the impact fees. Is this only for fire trucks? There has to be just fire trucks. It cannot be under those light vehicles. If the police, okay, fire department was.
As far as I understand, yeah.
Okay, and just two quick things. One of them being. I mentioned this last year, and Lisa from the mayor's office then responded to this thought. There is a lot of vehicles from our city everywhere, and being involved with the city makes me recognize them. It's almost like when you buy a new car, you realize that your car is everywhere, right? That you didn't notice before, and there is all sorts of different kinds of cars from our city everywhere doing the work every day to keep our city going. And there is an inconsistency on branding that I believe is very important to make sure that we're visible, that the people, our neighbors, know that the city is acting and doing all sorts of work. And I understand that we probably don't want to spend a lot of money on vehicles that are going to be phased out this year, next year, or whatnot. But I really do think that we need to spend a little money on branding some of the older vehicles to make sure that there is the visibility that is important for the neighbors to know that we are working. The second note, and I know that this might be somehow controversial, but I would love to explore. And I would like to learn more than anything else the leasing piece of to understand how other police agencies are doing leasing vehicles. I would like to have the opportunity to weigh in on that. To me, it seems to be, and just looking into UPD and the quality of the vehicles that they have. And having new vehicles all the time, I would like to know if that is a viable path for Salt Lake City. So that's something that I would like to be interested into looking.
Thank you. Can I also ask the status of? I know that there were hybrid and electric police vehicles under the previous administration. Are they still in use? Or yeah.
I have specific numbers on that if you want, and then Nancy can give you historical knowledge. Currently, the police department has 166 hybrid vehicles and then 7 electric vehicles.
How does that comport with the original numbers that were bought?
How does it depart from the? But
Yeah. How many did we buy originally? Is that the same? Did we only buy 7? electric? Have they stayed functional?
So yes, we're staying functional, and the hybrid makes more sense for patrol vehicles. The police executive staff said that they would try the electric vehicles to see how they would work out. So we've been working with police to find out what is going to work for you the best.
Great, so we've got some good data points to work with there. Anyone else? All right, thank you all so much for your time. Next, we are moving on to our unresolved issues for 24-25. I like the term unresolved issues because it seems to lend hope that there might be resolved issues at some point. So we are going to have some of the smartest people we all know, Jen Bruno, Council Deputy Director, and Ben Ludke, Council Policy Analyst, walk us through some unresolved issues. Council, I would prefer for this to be a little more of a free-flowing conversation as opposed to a more regimented. So if you could please be conscientious of one another, maybe keep the compound questions to a minimum, but I would like to attempt to let this flow more freely as opposed to being called on, if you all agree that that format works for you. Does that
Not
work?
too free.
Free within the conventions of politeness and efficiency. How about that? All right. All right, Jen, with that, I'm going to turn the time over to you. Good luck, since you know I'm taking the striped shirt off.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Really quick, just to orient the council, because this is our first official kind of dive into unresolved issues. Unresolved issues is like our parking lot of all of the things that have been raised as questions, especially as it relates to adding or subtracting things from the general fund. So that's why we're here today, is to try and get some of those issues settled so that we can set ourselves on a path to hopefully adopt a balanced budget on June 11th. So if I could just orient you to the staff report. So the staff report has been updated in your packets, and this is one of those ones that gets updated like every couple hours. So the latest version I sent you at 11 a.m. is the one that has been uploaded to packets. The way that that staff report is organized is the first few pages focus on items that have been raised by council members to either add or reconsider adding, so subtracting, to the general fund budget. And the reason that that's important is because, of course, that tells us how much money we need to find to be balanced for adoption. Then we talk about other funds, and there aren't a lot of unresolved issues for other funds this year. I did list the fleet one out just in case anyone was raised today in today's discussion, so that's up to you. And then the RDA is also there for discussion if you would like to reconsider anything in the RDA's budget. The next important page to focus on is starting on page 4. Staff goes through all of the different funding options. So if you have an idea to add to the budget, there's several ways to fund it. Some are easier to sort of stomach than others. And of course, depending on the order of magnitude of the funding need, that can tell us what our available funding tools are. Then there's a section on budget cleanup. Every year we discover little things that were either inadvertently left out in the budget or maybe misnumbered. And so we're working with the administration just to make sure that we've got all of the technically accurate things. But I just wanted to disclose to the council that there are just several of those little cleanup items. Then starting on page 5 is staff's first draft of several legislative intents based on council member input and feedback. It's not an extensive list. You can, of course, add to it or wordsmith it. You'll have final approval over any of the words in that. And that goes for both legislative intents and conditional appropriations. Just for the new council members, a sense of orientation, legislative intents are forward-looking and aspirational in a way. We check in mid-year with the departments to see what the status of those requests are. A conditional appropriation actually goes into the ordinance, the budget adoption ordinance, and means that funding is not released unless that budget contingency is met. So depending on the item that you're interested in affecting, legislative intent might be a better tool or conditional appropriation might be a better tool. And as we go through the different items, we can talk more about that. So that's an orientation to the staff report. Having said that, In talking with the chair and vice chair today, they were interested in organizing the conversation around this sheet because it focuses sort of firstly on what might need to be added or reconsidered in the budget. And I think that if the council is comfortable having those conversations and straw polling some of those items, that can inform what some of our future, funding needs might be or legislative intents might be. So with that, I will leave it to the group to decide if that's an okay way to proceed, or the chair and vice chair to see if you have any thoughts of how to proceed, or if you just want me to walk through. And I was prepared to share my screen and just start walking through unless you guys had other questions.
My instinct is that walking through this is the most concise way to handle it. Anyone else have a different suggestion or preference? Okay.
Great. So let me just share. And I'll start by saying also that the wording in this document is also staff generated based on council member comments. So if we didn't capture the wording accurately, please let me know. I'm going to actually start below the revenue items, since I think that that can often inform, based on what we discuss in terms of expense items, that can tell us what we need to look at in terms of revenue items. So starting on line 16, the council member raised ideas, and these are organized by department, with the exception of all of the new FTEs are at the bottom there. So one of the ideas that came up was that the Jordan River Safety Response Team, which the city is applying for a grant, is not reflected as is not technically reflected in the annual budget, meaning there's not like placeholder FTEs, which makes sense because those FTEs are not yet awarded. But if the council wanted to make a sort of stronger commitment or wanted to build into the base budget that money on an ongoing basis, you could put in a placeholder. The administration did let us know that they are requesting a year one match waiver, which means that we would not necessarily, we might, depending on what we were granted, not need to match the grant in year one, but we would need to match it in years 2 and 3. And so whatever you can build into this budget helps offset a structural deficit in the future or a budget amendment request need.
Jen?
Yes.
Madam Chair. And this is, to me, it shows a commitment that we're going to make this happen regardless of the grant. Hopefully it shows it's important that the grant comes in because we don't have the capacity to absorb this gigantic growth by ourselves. But putting in a placeholder and assuming that we don't need that much on the first year, that just stays there, or we have the decision it comes back to us to decide what to do with the money, or to move that money to.
Right. I think if you put it in a placeholder and we can work with the administration to come up with wording to make sure that everyone understands that this is money that would come back to the council whenever that grant is awarded. Hopefully it is awarded. And if it's not awarded, it would come back to the council to reconsider how you could use it.
Thank you.
Sorry, the other thing I failed to orient you guys on is that there are several columns. So columns E and F represent revenue and expenses as it relates to the general fund. But because we track the funding our future sales tax category separately, that is in columns G and H. To the extent that you identify items that are consistent with those funding our future categories, you could fund them. You could choose to say, we would like to fund this, and we would like to fund it through funding our future. And so I don't know if the council has strong opinions on that placeholder, if you want to take a straw poll to add the placeholder, or if you would rather me just go through the items before straw polling all of them.
Council, how comfortable do you all feel straw polling items today? You feel comfortable?
I think there's some I might just be learning about for the first time, though. So
that's what I wanted to make sure that everyone had enough time to deliberate. But also for me, there's a bit of...
I might be liberal with my sideways thumb.
Well, and for me, there's a bit of question, right? If new growth and the judgment levy come in higher and there's more to play with, then I'm real in favor of some things. Whereas if it's the other direction, I'm really loath to be like, but I prioritized by. So just understanding the dynamics that we're working in. We are 4 days out from expecting the final numbers.
Yes.
Which means 6 days to 8 days.
Yes.
But
and I think the challenge this year is that because our goal is to adopt on the 11th, there's not, the 11th might not be a most helpful time to do all the straw polls. So, but I totally understand that.
So maybe our conceptualization will be that these are indications of prioritization, of course, pending those final numbers.
Yeah. I'm also wondering if and I'm looking to staff if this is possible, if we could give an indication of support, would it be possible to have staff make a recommendation related to general fund versus funding our future? I think that at least would help me as a council member to understand from your perspective, like what you would recommend.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in general, I think it's safe to say that staff would point out funding our futures fund balance is healthier, relatively speaking, than the general fund's fund balance because it's tracked separately, and we don't often spend one-time dollars from funding our future. So there is somewhat more flexibility. That said, I think there's always a flip side, right? And to the extent that fleet, needs in the future rely on those funding our future dollars, that may increase competition for that funding our future category. But there are certainly, there are several items on this list that I think are firmly within the funding our future categories of public safety and parks and public lands maintenance and things like that.
So I'd be comfortable giving, to your point, an initial inclination of yes, this seems to have general consensus, noting that, staff could then provide that expertise before we make final decisions.
So in that context, I think it's important to know that this isn't one of those straw polls where we necessarily need unanimity or consensus like we try to build in others. It actually is helpful, I think, for us to show that we're not interested or ambivalent on things, because if we're developing a prioritization, your feedback in the negative is as important as your feedback in the positive.
And since there's some questions I'm learning on some of these items, maybe it may give us an opportunity to reassess some of these things that we have share with our administration, our council staff. Gives us a little time to talk through some of those. So unless maybe today is not the right time to make, unless there is 100% consensus on a given item.
There's only going to be a straw poll if someone calls for it. So let's just get started, and if we feel like we want to poll it, then someone can call for it, and if we don't, then it won't get polled.
Great.
Okay,
so unless there's a straw poll for the holding money, I will move on. Noise enforcement equipment was something raised by Councilmember Lopez Chavez. There's also a related legislative intent on, let's see, page 6 of the staff report. So if you want to take a look at that legislative intent language, that would be helpful too. And I don't know if Councilmember Lopez Chavez, if you want to speak to it.
Yeah, we've discussed this before, and when Chief Brown was in front of us discussing his budget request, I asked for a report. We're supposed to be, it's my understanding, according to Chief, that we are enforcing on noise. We have 8 current decibel meters or apparatuses that measure noise. I also think there's an attached policy discussion potentially to this. This isn't about just, what we would call, this isn't meant to be a nuisance law or some sort of equipment to equip police so that way we're actually going around citing neighbors, but to try to enforce on the growing noise that we currently know we don't have space for in regards to vehicular equipment, to music and or restricting on those types of noises that are not supposed to be in residential areas. In particular, this is a growing pain in the East Central community. So not necessarily the most urban parts of our city. We're not talking about construction or amiable noise, but more so in regards to those neighborhoods. So this is something that I'm requesting. I don't know if someone has a question in regards to it, but I know in District 3, this is a growing concern too.
Yeah.
I think this would give us the opportunity. We don't have any data on noise. So again, I just followed up with Salt Lake City Police Department, with our police chief staff. Again, I don't have any data in front of me. I'd like to equip our officers so we can start to see and encapsulate is this a growing concern in our city? And is this a service that we need to provide and start to cite?
I would say thank you very much, because not just the equipment, but in that intent of working with the university, because we get a lot of complaints about the stadium noise. We give them a waiver, but then the university doesn't enforce them. Do we enforce them? How does that work with the university? So it's more than, I'm going further than just noise enforcement equipment, but the policy behind and the enforcement mechanisms behind the noise ordinance, because the university seems to, from one standpoint, the university seems to disregard the noise complaints and then lets them happen, and it goes back to the health of the neighborhood and the well-being of the neighborhood. So that's where I would go on that one. So yes to this line.
Yeah,
yes to this line, but more deeper.
Thank you, Dan. I wanted to quickly echo Councilmember Dugan's comment about the university. Recently, last week, they held a concert that went over hours, so they were not compliant with their noise permit, and there was no enforcement on it. Again, these are working hours. There's a reason why they have their permits in place. So that's just another growing concern when they're hosting more events at the stadium.
I would love to, I'm definitely interested on a full policy discussion and finding out what sort of resources the police department would like to have about this. What does the $50,000 do? What is the equipment?
Yes, so we have an old, this was from Lamar Ewell, who was a deputy chief at the time. I think Lamar may have retired, but the apparatuses, I believe, were $200 was my understanding.
They're decibel readers.
Oh, just like so the police. I see.
And I'll share the 50,000 was a placeholder that I
correct.
Yes.
And
I see. So
again, the intent is to supply our officers with the operational equipment they need to practice right.
I love it. Now I understand. Maybe this is one of those that it seems like we may be able to do a poll. So if you want to call it.
I'd like to call for a straw poll for support.
Wait, so you said they're $200 for the device? This
was an estimate that I received when I was a staffer in the mayor's office in 2022, and this is an estimate, a hold to make sure that they have the full equipment to site. The reason for the apparatus, and I don't have a recent 2024, 2025 cost.
I'm just looking, $50,000, 250 of them. Is that how many we need? It's like every police officer, every set of 2 should have one of these, is the goal?
Again, I don't know if that's my intent, is to dictate how many of our officers are going to be equipped with them. I'd wait for the chief for that. But this was meant to be a placeholder. Is that correct, Jen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that these amounts are basically us guessing and giving the tools and see maybe the reporting. It would be very important for us to get a report back how much those cost.
Yeah, and I would also like to. I'm a yes, of course, but yes, also for me to the legislative intent language and asking for. I don't know if I need like quarterly reports, like maybe semi-annually.
Okay.
On noise enforcement. I would like to know, like police are out patrolling and they get a call for noise enforcement and they deal with that. I want to know about that. But I also want to know on times when we know that there's likely going to be noise violations where there's a planned effort to enforce the law after late hours, and how often that's occurring.
I would add to that intent. I would be more. I want to include the more specificity with the University of Utah and the stadium, and when we can enforce our city ordinances on the request that they have with a waiver or the noise ordinance, and they're not following it.
Can we just expand it? I mean, we have Granary Live coming online for the summer. I have the fair park in our district. So let's just specify any mass gathering context.
Yeah, where they know. Yeah,
I think the Delta Center, when it lets out, probably is loud, even though there's the one that feels more elusive to me is the drag racers, because by the time you call, they are very quickly far away, and so finding a way to monitor what that does in the neighborhoods feels like it would take a longer term strategy, but I'd be really interested in gathering data. When I lived on Redwood Road, it was otherworldly.
Do we know where we are?
Yeah, are we done voting?
Okay, great. And staff has been taking notes on that legislative intent language, so we will wordsmith that legislative intent language for the next briefing, and we'll send it out to the full council so that you guys can give us your feedback. Thanks for that.
And we're just straw polling the concept, not amounts, correct?
Yeah.
When it's a priority, then staff will research a more appropriate amount.
Well, I think that given the timing, there probably won't ever be an exact amount. So I think at this point in the budget process, any line item that you guys want to add to the budget is you signaling your intent, knowing that if less is needed, it will drop to fund balance at the end of the year, or they'll come back in a budget amendment and say more is needed. But it gives the administration the intent and then the resources to get the ball rolling immediately before some of that information is known.
So is everyone comfortable with 50,000 then?
I think that, it's a holding account, so I feel like that's a sufficient amount of money. And if it's too much, it will come back to us.
Okay.
And if I may, again, we have 8 apparatuses that may or may not be in use for how many officers that we have fully deployed.
I just worry about adoption on something like this and their ability to implement. So, I'm kind of wondering if...
And I'm assuming patrol is going to be the one supplied with this.
That feels
so
accurate.
Any officer needs
but
to be able to check in and check out inventory.
Yeah.
Again, 8 are not going to supply our officers with the ability to sight on this.
Yeah, so assuming even a multiplier of 5, since you gathered your data at 1,000 a piece, that's a lot of decibel meters.
Well, except if you don't have one, then there's no enforcement.
Right.
Right. I was just saying, I can be ambivalent on the amount. It just feels like, given that we're asking them to adopt a new thing into their regular, it just feels kind of high given what we know about the price of it, or how many we would be purchasing initially.
But at this stage in the budget process, whether it's 20,000 or 70,000 or 50,000, is really kind of in the noise at the level right now. So we can move on.
Yeah, this is among one of the smallest ones.
Yeah.
So
this is back to the
pebbles build up into boulders. Yeah. Okay.
Fireworks.
Yes,
sorry,
Cindy.
May I just? I think what I would take away from this conversation is that you guys might want to have a policy discussion about the way that noise enforcement fits in to the city portfolio and the extent to which it's currently in that portfolio, or what it would cost to be sure that it's actively in the portfolio.
And if possibly, I would like to add to that policy intent, if it is the police department who needs to lead this enforcement. And that's my interest in the future.
Thank you. The next item is another quite small item with a placeholder amount because it was an idea that was raised recently. We're clarifying with the Transportation Division this was Councilmember Lopez Chavez also interested in the, sorry, now I'm second guessing myself if it was you. If you're interested in the 20 is Plenty campaign that the Transportation Division runs. And I think that they, in order to come up with an amount, we're wondering if the intention was for the yard signs or the more permanent speed signs.
The permanent speed signs.
The permanent speed signs. Okay, we can follow up and see if that $20,000 placeholder is sufficient or if there's a more appropriate amount. But I didn't know if you wanted to speak to why.
Yeah,
this was
is specifically budgeted for signage placement, but in certain neighborhoods, we haven't been able to execute on updating our new residential speeding. So this is something that I wanted to supplement if we had ability to help our transportation department roll out that signage placement faster. This is something that I care about as we implement Vision Zero on our city streets. And to create safety, we still see a lot of racing. So again, this is just another way where we can constructively help, proactively create safe spaces without having to have enforcement at all times.
20 is Plenty, I think, was a constituent initiative, not a transportation division initiative? Are you just saying like changing? We adopted the speed
Vision
limit.
Zero, right?
You're actually Are you talking about the actual like speed limit 20 miles per hour?
Correct.
We haven't.
Yes.
We still have some that say 25 and they should say 20.
Do. We have lots of them, in fact. Yeah.
I propose a straw poll in favor of this.
So can I add, I guess, a comment before the straw poll
Sure.
is conducted? So I too have a lot of concerns about speed. I hear it often related to many of the streets. I guess I have two concerns about this approach. One is that I think that ultimately the signage, although a benefit, is not achieving the outcome of deterring people from racing. That's where I think livable streets has more of an opportunity related to the traffic calming component. Right now, I'm taking the signs that we have and I'm door knocking on the streets that have had just endless complaints to see if we can get more of them up there. But ultimately, I think we need to focus our resources on those more permanent solutions. So I'm very supportive of the idea. I just think I see funding it in a different way, which is why I won't be supporting the straw poll.
But there's areas where the speed limit is 20 and the sign is wrong. I feel like we have to. It seems pretty important to me that we correct that.
The intent of this is to correct our signage. I
Is
don't
that
disagree
not-
with my colleague. I think that our livable streets is important. It's something that I brought up to staff as well. Again, signage is proactively a way to help enforce and police without having an officer there to cite. That's equally as important in these residential areas where we don't have high permanency in infrastructure or in traffic calming or in officers, quite frankly. So this is important to me, but I appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Is that signage not included in transportation's budget? That feels like something that shouldn't be added as a luxury, but
Well,
should have been comprehended.
I think
oh, go ahead.
Isn't it that there are sign makers, we have to pay them, they go out and swap out the signs.
Mhm.
So that's what we're paying for.
And
is
when
there-
we adopted the program, I think we acknowledged that instead of adding money to the budget to replace the full city, that it would be an overtime kind of thing. And so I think
I
transportation
also thought
fits
we
it
had
in.
opted for the numbers, like to take the 0 and to stick it over the 5.
That was something that I offered to do as a joke.
Look, I don't know what
but-
technologies are available, and I like reusing things.
But like the signs already exist. We just need to pay the company to go and switch them out. And that's what the money's not actually going for the sign creation. It's going for the labor of replacing the sign.
No matter what
we
it
don't
goes
know
for, it's a
that.
little frustrating that it's
don't-
not
We have our
budgeted
own-
yet. And I'm firmly with Councilmember Young. I find it difficult to justify the impact we need with that.
It's $20,000 right now.
I mean,
If we say that for every one, they add up. Yes, these are small dollar things. They add up to a lot.
Well, and is it that for the whole city? Like, I guess that's my question.
So
This is
we're
a
making
placeholder.
things up.
Yeah, this is a placeholder, and I think that where we land with a lot of these things is what would it take to do more than is being done today, and often the response from the department is, if you give us money, we will figure out how to make it do more than we're currently doing today. What we do as a staff after the fact is figure out how much more. So I doubt $20,000, and I would cover the full city. It might mean though that 10% more signs get replaced than are replaced today.
Yeah, just to clarify to what I think you were saying, Councilmember Young, and I hope I am not misunderstanding it, is like we're not expanding the Livable Streets program. Like we already changed this seed. Okay, you got okay.
I would like to, this is a placeholder account, a placeholder amount, and I will be supportive of this if the administration gives me an idea of how many they can cover and how fast they could cover it. But I agree that the signage doesn't really do much. It is the rest of the implementation of the bigger ticket. But we also need to be consistent with our laws. And if we're saying to people that the speed limit is 20, we should have our signs reflect that. So I would love to support that, but I want a little more information from the admin about how many they can do, with this money and how fast.
I'd also like to
ultimately,
add
that would be
to-
my decision.
Thank you. I'd like to add to that. I'd also like to know the deficit in signage placement, how far behind we are.
Ben has a little bit of that information. The estimate in 2022 was that 575 signs needed to be changed to the 20-mile-per-hour sign. And so our team will follow up and ask transportation how many have been changed and how many are still pending. And then I don't know if it's possible to enforce the 20 if the sign says 25.
I'm sure it creates quite a bit of problems. Do we have a straw poll on the table, or what happened?
Yes, I said I'm in favor of the straw poll.
Okay, we have 4 and a sideways. I think that's 4.5. So I will put that in, and we'll follow up with transportation.
Okay, so in recap, that was in the affirmative were Dugan, Lopez Chavez, Wharton, and Pui. In the negative were Young and Petro, and ambivalence was Mono.
Okay. The next item, and I
Not
think
necessarily ambivalent. It's just that it's not my highest priority, but I'm
I'm
not
with you.
opposed to
Okay.
it. So
First,
I'm
okay.
just indicating that you wanted to prioritize, and I feel like that helps.
Got it. The next item I think is also another item that would fall into the category of a placeholder to do more than is currently done. And this was some additional funding for Advantage Services for bio-waste cleaning. This is related to several other items on this sheet relating to human waste as it relates to homelessness. So you'll note that in several other items, mostly in the non-departmental section, but this one is managed by community and neighborhoods. So again, we would be guessing in terms of a placeholder, but in terms of how I've seen it happen in recent years, what your money buys is essentially more hours of service or expanded service within the hours that are currently available.
May I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't the administration requested additional funding on this one line item already for this budget session?
There was additional funding added last year, and then funding added in a budget amendment. I'm not recalling that there was addition this year.
It was in budget amendment number 5.
Yeah.
You voted on it a month ago, and it was $130,000 one time, and that was to continue 7 days a week cleaning. It was previously 5 days a week. We heard from Andrew in the mayor's office and Michelle Hoon that the total funding for Advantage Services in the annual budget would stay at $1.4 million. Some of the sub items under that 1.4 million total are shifting around. That ultimately increases the amount available for the bio-waste cleanings to be available 7 days a week. So that increased level of service 7 days a week would continue next fiscal year under the current budget.
I believe that this was addressed by the administration. I don't know if there is any additional ones, but I think some of the other items that are below this, I think, are connecting, and I would love to maybe talk about those, but I don't know who proposed this one.
I brought this up, but Alejandro, I appreciate looking through. I know some of these are your ideas, and I think they do have the same intent, so I would be okay for staff to move on.
Great. Going to the non-departmental section. This is an idea that we've raised in conversations with the administration when it's not clear what particular path a group of an amount of funding needs to take in order to achieve a goal. So in this case, the goal is maintain public lands at a higher level than is currently seen. And so the theory is that this amount would be made available to the administration to come back to the council with a plan to say, maybe it makes sense to contract for mowing services in the spring. Maybe it makes sense to work with other departments. Cindy, I don't know if you want to chime in with more information on that approach, but this would be holding account that the administration would come back and propose how to address maintenance. And again, the amount is also TBD.
And this is a model that we used on the expungements, just the idea of putting it in the court of the administration so that they can evaluate it, and rather than us from the legislative branch prescribing a solution. And this was something that Alejandro had suggested previously. So several of you have said that you'd had some concerns about how quickly public lands is able to get around to the basic maintenance, like the mowing and things, and then the secondary level of keeping things in good repair when something is damaged, when it's not working, that type of a thing. And then from there you get to the higher level that is covered by CIP. But so again, we made up this amount, and the idea is that it could address the issues that council members have raised. It's certainly not a panacea, but.
Yeah, so on talking with the public lands and the administration in the last couple of weeks, we obviously have we're struggling with keeping up the spring surge of the park maintenance and the staffing issues and whatnot. And certainly we have 7 to 15 days behind on mowing, and this may allow the administration to contract, but it might open up the doors for them to think outside the box and say, okay, how do we address quickly the maintenance of our parks?
Could we also maybe at this time, well, not during budget specifically, but use this as the impetus? I had the opportunity to meet and see some autonomously driving zero emissions commercial maintenance for grounds. I saw it demoed, and it's really exciting, both in the fact that it maximizes manpower, and also the zero emissions part is really exciting about it as well. So maybe it's a policy conversation. I don't know that it rises to the position of a legislative intent, but maybe it's a policy decision we want to talk about if this traditional method of maintaining the lawns and the green space is what we want to continue and how we want to invest our resources.
And Chair, there are other cities in Utah that currently use those same type of mechanisms that are.
We saw the same one demoed, and they said you were real excited.
And they are exciting, and they're affordable. They're pretty
and they're willing to lease for pilots.
Yeah.
So I don't want to direct anyone's business.
There's technology out there that we haven't looked at that I would love to see, and I think it is a policy discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to consider, as we move towards a smart city, is this one of those ways that we're leveraging our capital? I also want to thank the Public Lands Department for our ongoing questions. We were working really quickly the day that you had your hearing, and so it's non-traditional for our staff to bring so many questions after the fact. So thank you for adapting to how we've had to move through this, and we thank you for your continued attention to our staff when they bring it to you.
Madam Chair, I think it is, I think it is important to acknowledge that we're on the same team and we're trying to solve the same issues together. And I know that it's easy sometimes just to point fingers and say, why, this and that. And I've certainly have questions, and I struggle with some of the, new open space versus maintenance on our current spaces. But I feel like it could be a good opportunity for us to give them a tool to answer some of these problems that they're facing.
And I did want to draw your attention on page 5. There's a legislative intent that includes using the zero-based budget exercise in the coming year to ask the Finance Department and Administration to evaluate public lands specifically in terms of how much funding is being directed towards existing basic maintenance, like Cindy was saying, regular mowing and weeding, deferred capital projects, or not letting things fall into a state of disrepair, like roof repair and replacement, restroom repair and replacement, and then new capital projects. So evaluating the levels at which public lands is providing, or is how much they're spending on each of those categories, which could inform future budget discussions. We could add into that legislative intent language, asking them to look at autonomous maintenance equipment. Is that kind of how you would put it? Autonomous maintenance equipment?
What's the best way? Does that give you, sorry, am I allowed to ask? I see Carmen here. Does that give you the latitude? Like, it does feel like maybe there might be time for a paradigm shift that allows you all to meet goals and us to invest more wisely.
I think what was discussed just now, having the zero-based budget be our way to evaluate what we're providing now with the services that you see. And if you were to put something in there that has us explore zero emissions,
autonomous,
equipment, and as soon as you said that, I was thinking the kind of people that would need to help us run that would be a different kind of staff. So if you ask us to evaluate what that might look like, we could dive in and look at it.
Yeah, I'd really, and I'd be interested in the concept of piloting, right? Like we have the new Glendale Park coming online. Let's just try it at one spot. You know, like I don't need wholesale adoption, or neither am I pushing for it. I would like us to but this does feel like an evolution in a smart city.
So I just have a quick clarification related to this. So I know one of our questions that we sent and got a response back to was related to like spring cleanup. Is this like 200,000 kind of dedicated to that increased spring cleanup, or is it meant to be like available throughout the entire season? I'm just trying to like get a better understanding.
It was meant for spring cleanup. We experience this every year, and that's why we actually set aside 150 for contractual services, but we ended up reallocating that to help our maintenance for our athletic fields this year.
Perfect.
We knew it was coming.
So I'd be willing to support if we could just add in that clarification. It is for the spring cleanup. I would hate to be in a space where like in the spring, it's like we do need additional funds and we're like, well, what happened to the 200,000? So if we could add that clarification.
But we're outside spring right now. Pretty much. So I want to make sure that the spring cleanup it's just like this. It's more than just the spring, right? Like, is that correct? Like it takes a while to get through this spring cleanup.
It does. We did authorize overtime until we get caught up, so we will get caught up quicker than we did last year. It can be a couple months. We're hoping it's not going to be that this time.
I think to your point, Councilmember Young, maybe the definition of what spring cleanup is, and it will be useful maybe to so we address that question so we understand when that surge and what is your time frame to address that surge is.
Thank you for putting in that wiggle room, because it could be spring cleanup, and if there's any money left over, we would use it to stay on top of our mowing, weeding, basic maintenance in our parks.
Yep, and I'm good with that, like whatever that phrasing needs to be. I think for me, it's more so an indicator related to we do have funding specific to that effort, and we don't want it to just go to like, hey, let's rake leaves in the fall when we know we're going to have this need in the spring.
No, it would be for staying on top of things this time of year.
And so on this 200,000, thank you for bringing that up, because that was my point, is also if the spring is past, but we need to spend money this summer in July, but we also need to spend money next spring, which is still in the same fiscal year. So is this 200,000, can it cover what we need this July first and moving on, and then next spring? And so is that 200,000, can it handle both these seasons, because we haven't used it this year and we need it next spring?
I think if it was 200,000 and we knew it was coming, we would have our contracted services ready to go. We did actually have them ready to go. We just weren't able to use those funds for that purpose. I know what you're saying about going across the fiscal year.
And obviously, in any case, I will like to, I don't know if you have an alternative, but I would love to suggest that we support, straw poll this line item to support number 26. Madam Chair, sorry if we missed you. I appreciate it, and in the future, just because if we know we needed it, I would love to see it on the budget, in a normal proposed budget. Certainly, this is an important aspect of some of the issues that have been raised every year here, and certainly this year more, because we're talking a lot about thinking about the future, but I also want us not to forget about the current, and so additional funding on maintenance is key to me, at least.
So is it safe for us to say that in if you do decide to appropriate this money, that you're doing so with the expectation that in the future they would plan in December, January, February of what their strategy is for the spring, and then and have those tools, and the expectation, the hope would be that would be in the budget.
Yes, I would love to see a plan and money allocated to this and request for that.
The next item is probably another holding where we would, if the council was supportive, it would allocate funding that is just a placeholder amount for the administration to come back to the council with a plan for how to increase the amount of public restroom facilities available. I included several of the specific ideas that have been mentioned by different council members in that parentheses, including contracting, refurbishing former transit to provide temporary restrooms. If you wanted to.
Yeah, so this is something Councilmember Pui and I have been discussing a lot amongst ourselves. We're all super hopeful for the appropriation that came from the state, but we know the difficulty we had standing up just 50 tiny units. We know that we still have a bit of time to live. And we know that human excrement is something that we probably can help manage a little more efficiently. The number you see here is derived from the cost it costs to actually build a bathroom. I'm not suggesting that we build a bathroom, which is why I do have some flexibility. But I've seen models in other places where they refurbish buses and they turn them either into bathroom facilities, shower facilities, or laundry facilities that are able to move around the city. We also have several, and Councilmember Pui, we can speak better to this. I know we have several public bathrooms that are just out of service right now. So maybe targeting those most in conjunction with areas affected by the homelessness crisis and allowing for some sort of monitoring, working on a strategy for those. What I'm not advocating for is for us to execute the program. I really firmly believe in public-private partnership for these things. So what I would like is for us to do a capital expense, whether it's in something mobile that we can lease out, or if it's rehabbing something in existence. But, you know, asking a nonprofit to partner with us to do the operations and the management of it so that we're not in the business of making sure people shower or potty.
Yeah. So I will just add on, I know that in CIP that there is a restroom study that's coming. I think the mobile aspect of it is super interesting in terms of complementing the outcomes of that study in terms of next steps. So generally speaking, I like the mobile component more so, and I'd like to see the outcomes if that CIP is studied related to the existing assets as opposed to maybe trying to do both. But that's just...
And of course, we don't get to decide how the administration does their job. So I think that's exactly where I am, but, you know.
I actually think I might be on the other side of that. I like the mobile idea, and I'm not opposed to looking into that, but I also think people that are sheltered need bathrooms while they're walking around our city, and the mobile aspect seems like it would be more targeted to just the unsheltered population if those mobile apparatus are going to places where there's a lot of encampments. And so I actually would prefer more flexibility in this funding so that the administration can come back and just say, maybe we figure out how to do more parks bathrooms, or we figure out how to do
I mean, the
other
honest
types
truth
of
is
restroom facilities, because it's not just...
it doesn't even have to be ours, though. Like, we could go to gyms and be like, when are your down hours, and can we buy some shower options, and this nonprofit's going to make sure your place doesn't get trashed, right? Like, there's so many ways to be creative around this. I just want us to have the firepower to be able to...
So is it request if there's already a line item about in the CIP for a study of these things, because there are some pros and cons with the mobile aspect. First of all, if the mobile bathroom is not there when you need it, then you're just going to go where you can go. So there's some pros and cons there, and the congregation around these assets too. So there's a lot to weigh in there. I think the idea that we do a study on the best plan to alleviate the problem, to fix the problem, and not trying to be descriptive in what the solution should be without doing the study. So is there already money in the CIP, and can we just add additional money to that CIP from this thing, or where do we play that?
I agree, and I think the study is an important piece to this. Certainly, it's kind of, when I see the budget as a whole, I see the golf building a new bathroom for $100,000, and we see from the other side $200,000 for studying the problem. And what is true is both of those things are true. We need solutions right now, and we need to actually understand the problem long term. But we need some solutions. And my propose, and I think it is, to do both and to put it on non-departmental there, so the administration can have the tools to say, do I need to expand that study? Do I need to maybe look at some of the bathrooms that are underground, that they are sealed? Are some of the bathrooms, could they be refurbished, or should we expand our mobile response? I want the administration to have all the tools at their disposal, since there are so many departments that are touching this: public lands, public utilities, the administration itself, the mayor's office. So there's a lot of pieces to this. So I think that this will give them an indication that we would like to see some more action on it.
I think the other side of that is that the study is for the totality of our population. And if we can get bang for our buck, right? If we can benefit the entire constituency, like Councilmember Mono was talking about, good. But we also know that there is a specific hygiene crisis for our unsheltered neighbors. So the study in no way answers the urgency or even maybe the level of appropriateness of response to that. So I see them working in harmony, but I see like the Venn diagram, like all bathrooms are for constituents, but this particular request is a more targeted, time-bound response.
Yeah, I'm not against the idea that we need to find some bathrooms. My only thing is this more of a legislative intent on what we wanted to go forward, and we're the estimate of $1 million. I don't know if that's way high or way low. So is it just should it be more of a legislative intent, and come up with we could put some money aside, come up with an immediate, so they can spend it right away, but come up with a plan so that we can look at the policy on that instead of just earmarking $1 million. That's my concern.
I mean, have we talked with with Andrew and Homeless Outreach about this?
Yes.
Okay. And Andrew, can you sorry to put you on the spot. Yeah.
Andrew's kicking himself for not leaving a little earlier.
I'm in favor of allocating more resources too, and saying we want to leave it up to the administration. But we also, when we do this, we also are like, we're going to give you the freedom to do this and the freedom to do several extra credit assignments that we're adding. So like, either we are going to give money, we either want to throw money at it and have the admin tell us what they think the best way to use the resources are, or we want to put it towards something that's more developed, thought out, and this is what we know that will be the best, the highest and best use of the funds. So to me, it feels like there's a tension right now between those two things, and I felt it in the last item as well. But here we are now. So,
Andrew Johnston from the mayor's office. There is a need for hygiene out there now. There are a number of subpopulations, and so if the council has strong opinions about chronically unsheltered folks, camping folks, people who are in and out of other places, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to angle this. So it might be helpful to have, if it's truly across the board about all of that, that's a very broad one, and there'd be a multitude of options in there. If there's something very specific or more specific about the subpopulation, that would also be helpful to direct this, because we are talking about a combination of us and various partners. And as you said, if this is capital, then there's a big question about operating and an ongoing program piece to it.
Okay,
Well,
yes.
and to be clear, I've thought about all of that. I'm trying to stay in my lane. I'm not taking your bait and getting out of my lane.
Madam Chair, I would love to, and this is, again, I understand the concern about doing something that is the most impactful, but studying the issue of bathrooms when we have dozens of people showing up to our council meetings telling us that they're pooping behind the bushes and in the sidewalk because they don't have bathrooms.
And business owners confirming.
And I see it in my neighborhood. What I'm trying to say is, giving the administration the tools to continue studying this, and they need to expand the study to come out to us for a full budget request, but also giving them the tools to say, do we need some temporary solutions? Do we need something else to address some of those concerns? And that is, I understand that I don't think that anybody in this body doubts that people need to go to the bathroom, and in general this is giving the administration some tools, but I understand the concern about giving the administration more work.
Is this I want to clarify as well for my own benefit. We talked about a CIP and then this allocation. It sounds like the CIP was a study of the issue. Would this be a study and implementation within a time frame of next year?
I don't like analysis paralysis, and I feel like it's really evident that we've got time on our hands before our city feels the relief that came from that unified appropriation. So for my dollar, where I'm coming from, I want something relatively quickly that doesn't need to be perfect, but for the next 18 months to 2 years can offer some relief so that, on the Jordan River Trail, we're not finding human excrement, all those kinds of things. I trust that a quick lit review of best practices from other cities is enough, but if I'm missing an element, let me know. I want this to be a time-bound thing. I am going to be eternally optimistic that in 18 months to 2 years, we have that tiny home community or the micro shelter community solved, and we're going to be able to offer people a dignified place to reliably handle their business. I don't want to believe that in 3 years we're still going to have to handle this. So that's why a study feels a little bit off to me, just knowing how long a really good one takes to execute. Councilmember Pui, am I speaking too broadly for you?
I mean, I don't know. I just, again, I feel like the issue of studying the bathrooms and the current state of the bathrooms is very narrow to the bathrooms that we have and, their service that, in our public lands. My intent generally is to find out a little more of a wide net understanding of this, but ultimately also, trying to come up with something short-term, fast, that maybe could address some of those issues that we're hearing from the community. And hopefully this gives, some funding and tools to the administration to explore that. That's how I'm seeing it.
And maybe just can I clarify? Because I think that there could be a little bit of a combining of ideas, and that's not the worst thing because I think they're related. Line 27 was raised by Councilmember Petro and focuses on an immediate kind of providing of restroom facilities. Line 29 was raised by Councilmember Pui previously about having a study to address Jordan River water quality. I don't know if in some world those could be married or combined, but
let me address that, and this is why I wanted to I was going to mention it, but I wanted to see what the concerns in general are here. Many of we have issues with the water in our Jordan River, and as all of us know, some of the water comes from, all of the water comes from our city streets, but we don't know where those issues lay. So I think there is an interest, and I already talked to the administration, some of the departments about this, to learn from this experience. And I wanted to see if the first item was had a support and general support to add that to the study. But I wanted to, certainly the issue of restrooms is a higher priority to me, and resolving that issue and not waiting completely for a study to help our neighbors relieve themselves.
Wait, so are we combining the discussion now with Jordan River?
I just wanted to clarify that there are several items. I don't know what the council's preference is.
Yeah.
I'm willing to drop that for now.
I mean, I want more bathrooms too. I guess I would rather allocate maybe like 500,000 to say go get started on something and come back to us and tell us if it's working or not, rather than say we're going to give you $1 million and you can use it to either study or not study or implement or not implement, but we want something fast, but we're not sure what. I'd rather give you a little bit and say,
Oh, I'm sure what.
go.
I'm just being a good council member.
Well, right. Okay. Well, we don't have the ability to do that.
Right.
I mean, I think that we're doing this a little bit in reverse. Like normally we would say to staff, we need you to go develop a program and then come back to us and tell us what the program is and how much you need. But because we're doing it backwards and saying, here's the funding.
I think what we're doing it is responsive to the legislative session,
Sure.
right? And so
Yeah, I don't think
it's
it's a
just
bad
becoming
thing.
apparent, right? And so for
And
us,
it's in
this is what's arising, you know?
And I know it's in response to what, people have come and told us from the public. I mean, we've heard that, and I want to act on that too. But I guess what I'm saying is if I would feel more comfortable, since we're not exactly sure like what the end product looks like, whether it's renting space or whether it's getting a mobile facility or something else, I would rather allocate a smaller amount of money, say, go do the most that you think you can do with this, and if you need more, come back, or if it doesn't work, come back and tell us, than to give a greater amount and have less confusion.
But specify that smaller amount needs to be used quickly.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
Or like a pilot study, a pilot program.
Yeah, we want you to like
Pilot program. If we're doing small amounts of money, my tolerance for a study goes down.
I will be amicable to that. I wholeheartedly disagree that this is backwards. I think it is, and then asking for administration for a plan and for a budget request. Certainly, the administration also heard the concerns from the community as we did, and we didn't see that on the current budget. So this is an approach the administration could have also taken, much like with the micro shelter community last year. This is basically a pilot program to see if we can move the needle on this issue. And I agree, maybe to your point, Councilmember Wharton, a smaller amount and a more narrow goal is an approachable.
I have a question.
Yeah, and I don't mean backwards disparagingly. I didn't mean for that to be like a defensive thing. I'm just saying this is, we're giving them an assignment that we don't typically give. And I think I'm hearing people that are in support of this project, including myself, that are open to multiple scenarios of how this could play out. And so I'm saying, let's give them so I don't mean to be disparaging and saying backwards.
I have a legal question. Do we have a limit in our purchasing ordinance of what amount can be just awarded directly and what needs to go to an open RFP for a service or an object? Because I would if we're trying to keep out something quick, let's set it at that maximum of whatever that limit is so that they can just go try something and come back to us and tell us what it was, how it went, and then we can appropriate more money if it worked.
The city does have procurement limits, both for goods and for services. I'd have to look up what those limits are, or maybe Mary Beth knows. If not, I can look it up and let you know. But they're not high amounts for a sole source. So I'm not sure how much you would get for, a $5,000 or a $10,000 contract.
Oh, it's like in the tens of thousands.
No,
not the hundreds. Of thousands.
They're small.
Okay. That's it. Then never mind.
No, we like data. Go ahead.
So for procurement, if we didn't have to do a waiver and just went straight forward. For consulting services, it sits at $75,000, but for small purchase limits, it's at $5,000.
Yeah. So never mind.
Well, and that may be a policy piece for the future because I know the state raised thresholds to $175,000 for professional services. So I think there could be some headway related to that. I'm going to make a case for a yes and. And the yes and piece is that I appreciate the desire to get something implemented sooner rather than later, as opposed to what could feel like a more drawn out process of the study. However, related to the study, I do think it's also important to recognize that there are a lot of other cities who are in this space as well. And so to put forward here's what we need to do in the interim kind of emergency situation while we're doing that more thoughtful analysis, as opposed to if we only do the like quick stand up, I think we could be like throwing darts and end up wasting more resources than if we were to do kind of both in conjunction.
Yeah.
The CIP item is recommended in the mayor's budget related to the bathroom study. So I think there's a separate piece to that. And I would support us supplementing that with like, what can we stand up quickly?
Yeah.
Madam,
Exactly how I feel.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
may I propose something that might be helpful?
Yes, sir.
The budget obviously won't take effect until July, so there's a little bit of time. It would take us a little bit of time to study out. We have some research done already, but some more collaboration with our partners outside. We could come back as soon as possible with several concepts and some price tags, because this would probably require a budget amendment at some point anyway for the size, depending on what we do. And we could bring that back to you as soon as possible, and then you could evaluate at that point.
So I hope this doesn't bring up old wounds for anybody on either side, but I think Councilmember Wharton's suggestion of 500,000 isn't, if I'm remembering correct, that's the same that we did that ended up to become the micro shelter community.
I can be happy with that. I can be happy.
Why don't we do the same thing that I think everyone feels like the work
Councilmember
that was
Puig,
done
you can
on
be happy
that
with
was appreciated, and that the administration came back with options very quickly and did something very quickly. So I say we do it the same amount.
Does that work for you, Councilmember Puig?
So my straw poll is $500,000 for a quick bathroom situation.
All right.
Just to put it on the record, this is not Urinetown, and if you haven't seen the musical, go watch it.
Musical theater describes everything.
The water quality, both of them?
This is why this other issue was important, because it sort of, if we could have embraced it all with additional money for studying, there is a situation we have with EPA and the river, and we need to know where those issues are. So I was hoping that we could throw some additional money into expanding the study on bathrooms and say, can we study the water issue across the board related to the Jordan River, and because it sort of connects all together. But
I am very both and on this, because our issues on the Jordan River are intricately connected to that problem, but not exclusively, right? We have the RVs, we have so many other issues.
Yeah.
And so I still think, as we're making decisions on things like the Rose Park Golf Course and on all these other things, that study impacts the homelessness issues that we're experiencing, the drug trade issues that we're experiencing on the river. Like so many different policies are impacted by that study.
And again, this is because there is no data. I mean, the departments are telling me there is no enough data to make smart decisions about, are the RVs becoming a big part of this or not?
Maybe.
Right? Are there, the septic tanks failures, or is it a combination of both, or is the waste in the streets, so they were hoping. Well, I'm not going to put them on that side. I was hoping that we could add additional funding to studying that water quality across the board, so it informs the whole greater conversation about bathrooms, but maybe it tells us that that's not the problem.
Just to be clear for people following along, that's line 29.
29, yes.
Did we skip over 28?
Yes, because that one is sort of like
The same as 27.
absorbed in the other one.
Thanks.
My only question about this would be with the creation of the Fair Park Authority, or the North, is that what it's called?
Yes.
The new Fair Park Authority. Aren't Salt Lake City taxpayers already going to be paying for studying and cleaning up that river? Like, do we want to pay it twice?
I guess the it's UFAIRD, and I can't remember what the acronym stands for now. That board enabled to prioritize the Jordan River, but is not required to.
Okay.
So I guess based on statements they've made in public, I assume that they will prioritize that, but I don't know that it's within the window of our public utilities department and their concern with water quality.
I also think that this study, because of our presence on the board, is more of an imperative, because it will help us guide whatever work happens there with actual data instead of instinct or, impressions of what's happening.
Yeah, I just don't want to. I don't want to pay twice.
And to the other thing, that didn't we do something similar recently that said we put the money on that, but if we find out that the Fair Park Authority is doing something similar, we get reimbursed, or I wonder if there is a way of doing something similar to that. So I know that the Jordan River expands their boundaries significantly, and this will still be a benefit as a whole. But would you be amicable to something like that, to language that says if the Fair Park Authority ends up doing something like this, we can get reimbursed?
I have a similar question to Councilmember Wharton. I think I get it, but can somebody who's advocating for this just help me with the understanding of why this is a municipal responsibility as opposed to the EPA or
DEQ.
A nonprofit or DEQ? Like there's all these other organizations. Can someone help me understand why this is a municipal responsibility and why?
It's where the public utility holder, we don't have the data.
I mean,
what does the Jordan River is part of our public utility system because of storm water management?
Because of water management in general, water quality in general.
Yeah, and we provide sewage, and in some parts of our city there is not sewage lines. They're using septic tanks in urban areas of our city. So it also connects with the issue of RVs dumping their waste, black water, into the river because there is no dumping spaces that are free in the city. So it's just to study this issue. Do we need more bathrooms? Do we need more, better way of solving the issue of RVs? Or do we need issues with solve the issue with septic tanks? Or there is a completely different problem that is causing the water. So I understand. I actually don't know the boundaries of where our limits are, but I know that the administration, I know that the study will help us and the administration understand what the issue is. So that's what I say.
And I think with the West Side being designated by the EPA as an environmental justice area, I think, there's probably overlap there, right? And the opportunity to look for extra funding. But the truth is the situation's getting worse. It's not getting better, So I think at some point we have to decide, as a public utilities provider, as constituents, how do we act on this? And like we said, the number of policies that would be informed by a study like this are pretty remarkable.
And I've added some wording to potentially request reimbursement or participation from it's the Utah Fair Park Area Investment and Restoration District. UFAIR.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
I mean,
do we want to request a straw poll?
I guess I feel the urgency to do something too. I totally understand that, but I also want to be coordinated and get the maximum we can out of what we spend. And I think that going into into these types of things with like a clear vision of like, this is exactly what we need. Like, you know, there are different types of studies, and if we go and get one study and they're like, oh, that's helpful for knowing that the river is dirty and that we need to allocate more resources, but it would have been really helpful if you'd have done this kind of study that would have showed exactly how, you know what I mean? Like, there's always these details that come after the fact, it seems, and it's like, if you would have, if I feel like I get told this all the time, like if you would have been more, if we hadn't been moving so quickly and we would have been more deliberate and coordinated, then we would have been able to spend that money better. And I don't, because I think that every dollar counts, and I also want to move quickly, I want to do the right thing.
Yeah, no, and to that point, I think I will say, you know, the administration has some of the most brilliant minds, not only regarding water issues, but I really sincerely trust them that they can figure out how to maximize this money to find out what is the real issue there. And it might tell us that it's a completely different issue. So to that, I will say this is a study, and you know, if it doesn't go through, you know, I get it. But I understand that this is a great need. I've been talking about the Jordan River and the wastewater 2.5 years now, and I really care a lot about moving the needle. And I feel like studying this will get us to a conclusion.
But would it be better to put the money towards creating another blackwater dumping?
We already explored that, but the administration needs to know the data, and also there is. I already explored those parts.
Okay.
I can tell you a little more if you're not, if you would like to know about those. But we really did explore those quite a bit.
Chair. Final question, Councilmember Pui. Have there been other cities that also are in proximity to the Jordan River that have conducted a study somewhere? Maybe that would help guide this.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I know that we are a very unique of a city as far as of how many people live by the river and our circumstances. But again, this is it's just you know, giving the administration, and this was a suggestion too about can put it on non-departmental because it touches so many departments. We can figure this out and see. It might not be related to the homeless issue. It might be completely something else.
I may regret sitting up here again. Andrew Johnston, the Salt Lake City, the mayor's office.
You came on your own willing, by the way. No one called on you.
I can't speak to the whole Jordan River and everything you've been talking about. We as a city, we have spoken with the county health department extensively and the state about their monitoring, and they have shared information with us about elevated levels of material at different times. That could be related to human waste or other waste along the Jordan River. It hasn't necessarily been specific to our jurisdiction, and I don't know how applicable it is to your desire of the whole study, but we have talked to them about the human waste and camping issues. So there is information out there that we have pursued at times that probably could be helpful for your discussion, I would imagine.
Information's already there, potentially.
This is where I might regret. What I'm saying is we have had conversations and information given to us about data that they've had regarding this issue as it pertains to human camping along the river and potentially
Who's the they?
Human waste.
Health department or?
I believe it was the county health department was our major partner in this, but again, they could be multiple partners doing that work as well.
I think that's where I'm getting hung up on this one, Councilmember Pui, is that it feels important, but it feels like something that a different department is going to be better equipped to do, or maybe even like the university. And so I'm struggling with, like, it seems like items line numbers 18 or 27 feel more like us solving or preventing the problem on a municipal level, and I feel like I'd rather put energy into that than, I mean, it's one thing, the $100,000 is not that much, but it's the staff time that goes into figuring out how to manage the study and how to run the RFP and all those things, and I'd rather that going into like get some bathrooms somewhere for people to use immediately, and maybe we can reach out to our partners at the health department, see if they are lacking money that would help, and we can do an interlocal agreement or something. But I think I'm struggling with how effective a study of water quality is going to be, by not saying that our public utilities department is not brilliant and could not do that, but it seems like there's other departments outside of the city that are better equipped. But I'm open to being convinced otherwise, but that's, I think, where I'm at right now.
I agree, and I think that maybe we just need to keep on looking into this. The administration, needs the data, and they don't have the data, and maybe that some of that data needs to make it to some of the heads of all the departments. But in the conversations with public utilities and so, they want to know what the issue is. And they need to address it because there are legal ramifications for us not to address it. So it will be nice to start moving the needle and studying. I'm asking just to look into the future of what the problem is. But I understand.
Yeah, and I can get behind that, but I don't know what mechanisms there are, because I feel like we probably have a sense of urgency that might not be shared by those other agencies. Maybe it's not, prioritized for one reason or another. And so I don't know if there are any mechanisms to engage and to make sure it's a priority on someone's radar for it to happen. But I mean, again, I'm going to go back to the fact that the number of policies that this could impact at the city are huge. It is not exclusively homelessness. There's so many other things, from sustainability department to public utilities, right? And so getting concrete data would be beneficial. So how do we get another agency to prioritize it is a question I'm left with after this, even if I can concede your point. So do you want to leave this one alone? Oh,
I'll just...
I wonder if the Utah Division of Water Quality could be a productive next step for council representatives to meet with public utility. And also to the question of, that Lopez Chavez asked about other cities having done this, it may be of interest of different municipalities who participate through the Jordan River Commission to work with DWQ on answering some of these questions. I have concerns about from an air quality and air pollution perspective, it's very difficult to parse out the sources of pollution. You can look at where it is at a moment, but it doesn't necessarily mean it all came from our jurisdiction.
Right.
And I would hate for data to be misleading about, liability or responsibility being solely within the city because the water was pulled from there. So just some thoughts.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me step in.
I want the same information these are basically the same questions that we talked about with the noise equipment. Like, what are we buying? How many of them? What decisions does this inform? What are we going to do with the data? And I'm just trying to get those same questions answered here. So I guess what I would say is I'm for this and I would support this. I just need to know, I would like to know from our public utilities or from DEQ or from or the county, like, what information do we have? What information do we need? And then what is the best way to get that information? What kind of study, and is this enough money to study it? They're basically the same questions that we went over for the equipment.
While we are waiting for these answers, could this be a budget amendment in the future?
I'll commit myself to some of those I might have through some conversations and emails, and I can enumerate those. So if you give me a little time, since you are open to still have the conversation, let me share some of those. And see where we end up.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
The pin in this one.
Okay.
And it could absolutely be a budget amendment. It just affects the timing. So that's the only difference. Okay, so moving on to the next item. Some council members have raised the funding for livable streets in CIP. There are two paths to, if you desire to fund livable streets, there are two paths to proceed with that. There's one path, which is taking a look at the CIP log later in the summer, which is when you look at all of the projects in their totality and decide among the projects how you're going to adjust money. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to say CIP needs to be funded at a greater level so that XYZ project can be funded. And so those are the two approaches I've heard for achieving more funding for livable streets. We did get some information from transportation, and that's in the staff report, that this line item is scalable to a certain extent, that each kind of intervention is around $500,000, and so it's not necessary to fund the full $3 million request. But I'm just throwing that out there. So the council could either choose to add money from the general fund, transfer to CIP, so that this funding doesn't have to take money from other projects that are otherwise identified for funding in CIP, or the council could say, we'll have this conversation when we're looking at the rest of CIP.
Ask for this.
Yes. So
I think several council members have raised it.
I know. So I think what I would say is I'm probably leaning more towards the increase related to the general fund than I am looking to redistribute the existing CIP. I know that CIP is very competitive.
Yes.
And so I guess I have hesitancy in terms of being like, let's go into that already competitive space and continue to try and find this. The other part to me is, so the number of calls I get related to wanting more traffic calming is pretty high. And to the previous year's CIP conversations, instead of being like, great, you too, add you to the list, I've always reflected that I'm like, yes, the city has a plan, livable streets, and we're gonna get there. But then I feel inauthentic then being like, but just kidding, no money for that. So I'm just trying to figure out how we can go about providing some funding to continue the city's efforts there, so that when we have these individual one-off requests, we have a mechanism by saying, no, there's a plan, it's data driven, we are working our way through it, and that we are providing resources to support that.
I had a question real quick, and I'm supportive of this. I also wanted to look for money to fund Livable Streets initiative. Were you looking to do one-time funding or ongoing funding? And would that change for staff? Maybe would that change whether or not we'd recommend pulling from general fund or CIP?
So CIP is one of those interesting categories that is technically one time, but really it is ongoing, meaning you are recommended to invest at a certain level of CIP every year. So to a certain extent, it is built into the budget every year. I think it helps the administration know if you intend for the funding to be ongoing or one time. And it doesn't matter. You can, just like the rest of the budget has some fund balance that's paying for ongoing things, you could add this to that list. Obviously, it increases the structural deficit, but that is what it is. And so you could indicate... You could indicate that this would be important at a certain level. Maybe it would be helpful them to understand what is the expectation, where at a minimum we expect that livable streets will be funded at $500,000, $1 million, whatever.
I think a couple of years ago we did this at the end of the budget, right? And we added money for livable streets. I remember fighting really hard to get that. And I think when we did, do you remember what, I think it was 2 years ago, and we did this much money for quick action, fast things, and this much money to do another of the full things. I'd love to know, and I could do this in a small group, but did that work? Should we do that same thing again? Did that? Because it seems like that's pretty recent data, and we did a very similar thing, and maybe we can learn from that as to exactly how to implement this. But that all said, I'm supportive of livable streets and finding more funding for that. I think this is one of those things that will be dependent upon the revenue list of where all the revenues come in, but it is a priority for me. And so assuming we have revenues come in, I would like to fund this. I guess I don't know what I would, if we don't have the revenues come in, I don't know what I would take away from the MRB or from anything else we've talked about in order to get this. So and because it's scalable, it seems like an easy thing to say, well, just put all our extra funds in this once we know what that is.
I think I agree with Councilmember Mono, because I look at the big projects, and we've broken down the city into 113 different zones, and we've prioritized those zones. But we also have these quick action that will also have a big impact to different neighborhoods across the board at a low cost. And it's kind of like one of those things where you'll learn as you go. Hey, this one works, this doesn't work. And other areas may actually feel, hey, I don't need a big livable streets project of a big bulb outs and stuff like that, but I could use a quick reaction at less cost. So I think we need to fund them, but I think I would like to see it more in the off the general fund instead of always having to tap into the CIP every year and have that unknown of,
I agree.
Are we going to fund it this year or are we not going to fund it? I'd like to have it pretty much known that they're going to have X amount of dollars. If we want to go higher, great, but we have X amount of dollars, and kind of look at the balance of how much is for the big projects and how much is for the quick reaction. Because there is manpower, or there's labor hours that go in with those two different things, and they're usually the same general group of people. But I feel more like looking at the general fund side of the house and ongoing vice the annual CIP, even though the annual CIP can be ongoing. But the first time maybe it would be out of the general or the first fund balance course.
And I should have made this clear earlier. I think this would be one of those line items that would be very appropriate to fund with Funding Our Future. In fact, the initial funding for this project came from Funding Our Future. Several staff members are funded for this initiative with Funding Our Future, and so we would likely look to that if the council is interested in funding it.
And of course, I think I also look at this and say, well, hey, if we're doing some street reconstruction, this is the perfect time to do some of that street reconstruction, because you add on a quick project at the same time you're doing some street reconstruction. You're basically doing a lot of work at one time, and maybe some cost savings there.
And
so
in years past, we moved additional money to CIP for this one purpose, if I remember right. So I mean, ultimately, it doesn't. To me, I'm incredibly supportive of this. I think the administration is doing an incredible work moving the needle on this. I remember also the streets department, they struggled with staffing because they had a lot of projects and they needed more people, and we funded additional people to help them go faster. I also struggle with giving them a lot of money and not having the capacity of them to move fast. So if we're going to give them, I would love to find out from the administration if they need additional people to get to that. But certainly supportive of this.
So we don't have a dollar figure but I would like to keep that. I know the CIP was for $3 million. That would be wonderful to have that much money, but I'm also I would go lower, but I also don't want to. I want to be above a zero.
Agreed. And I'm comfortable waiting on what that exact number is until we have revenue related, or if we're going with Fund Our Future, do we not need to wait for that?
I think if you're going to use fund balance, you don't necessarily need to wait. I think it may, depending on the other things that you might support or not support, depending on revenue, if there are too many things that we're waiting on final revenue to figure out, that may complicate our June 11th discussion. So it would probably help staff to have at least a placeholder dollar figure. And then we could confirm it if that's okay once revenue comes in, knowing that that's a scalable number.
Okay. And we're saying we think $500,000 per zone.
That's what initial information from the department indicated.
That is an average cost. There's 113 zones. Some are smaller, some are bigger, but on average, $500,000 per.
So I would say, same as last one. I'm supportive of this, but I would like to know how much and where it's coming from. So what's the total amount that we're asking for? How many? I got 500,000 per zone. How many zones do you want to do in a year? And is it coming from fund balance or Funding Our Future? If it's coming from Funding Our Future, what is it? What are we taking it from?
We have $9 million in Funding Our Future fund balance, over 13%.
Okay, so it's what I heard was that this was going to be proposed to be year over year.
So I'm not saying it necessarily needs to be year over year. I think I would like to find a solution for this year, as well as the indication that we would like to see it included in future budgets.
Okay.
That to me is a good middle ground solution, as opposed to prescribing an ongoing amount in perpetuity. I'm comfortable with that if other council members are.
Okay. We'll make a note.
I have a quick question. When does FOF funds run out?
They don't.
They don't? Okay.
It's
I want to make
it's
sure.
an ongoing sales tax.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think the challenge is just to the extent that you're adding items that pie has to cover.
I see. I see what you're saying.
You're
Yeah.
divvying up smaller pieces of
Okay.
the pie. It is growing faster than our general sales tax 1% because unlike our local option, which is collected by the state and then redistributed to all the cities based on a 50% population, 50% point of sale calculation, the funding our future sales tax, we keep 100. The city keeps 100% of it.
Okay.
So for every dollar of regular sales tax revenue, we only keep about 70%.
Gotcha.
So as the economy is growing, we tend to reap more of the benefits from FOF than from our local option.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you want to? Was that a straw poll for $500,000?
No, could I?
Did I hear
oh,
a straw
no,
poll?
no, it's someone a straw poll. Sorry, I missed.
Okay.
Sorry, my brain is struggling. So thank you. So CIP, this was the administration that requested money for this item. It wasn't recommended, and it was $3 million. I would like us to. I mean, this is a straw poll. So I mean, we could potentially ask for the administration for more information regarding to. I think it's important to me what happened, with the money that we gave them additional in the past. How much of that was used for small temporary things, what we learned from that, and what was done for the bigger, larger improvements. But I would like us to at least to fund $2 million of that, and pending the numbers. I mean, ultimately next week, if the number says that that's not it, a possibility, let's not do it. But I think that really accomplishes what you are addressing here, which I think is a very important point. We have a plan. We know what we need to do. We just need to put the money, and they're asking for the money. So I would like us to straw poll $2 million.
From funding our future fund balance?
From funding our future, yes.
And that goes into permanent livable street
Well,
projects.
I think that what I heard Councilmember Young say is that for this year it would be one time, and that we would request the
That's what I
administration.
mean. But like for the big livable streets projects, not like
not temporary
by
projects.
rubber speed bumps.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
We're okay with that? Can I?
Okay. We have 5, 6. Oh.
Okay, we got it.
Mary Beth also raised that some of those items are eligible for the quarter cent that we get from the county for transportation. So our staff can work with the administration. That's more of like a accounting, figuring out where the money needs to come from. But we'll keep that in mind. Thanks to Mary Beth for reminding. The next item was raised by Councilmember Dugan, that these Harvard-Yale, and I might be getting the district wrong, so please correct me. They are requesting street signs that designate that this is a historic district. It doesn't meet the threshold for a CIP application. And so Councilmember Dugan is suggesting that the city fund this directly.
And other historic districts have the street sign that says, hey, this is 2100 South, and it's a historic district across the board. We just have 3 new neighborhoods that are going in that area, and that was the request from it just for the neighborhoods. And I think that the $30,000 was an estimate from the staff on the number of signs. We've done it in the past on the other streets across the city, and that was why the request is out there.
Madam Chair, thank you. I love the historical districts. I think that there's been a community council submitting CIP applications to ask for signage, and I think that and that many of those signage plans were not funded in the past. Many community councils submitted those for multiple years, and we didn't have the funding. We're not recommended for some, for multiple reasons that we know. I also know about the interest from some of my colleagues here on the council to have historical signs through the city. It's been an issue raised many times over. I think that there is interest of having signage in our city. I know several community councils in my area would love to have welcome to Glendale, welcome to Poplar Grove signage, and they've been submitting CIPs for many years and they haven't gotten it. I know that, again, the historical signs are in need. I will be supportive of something like this if it was generic and it was not only for a given area. And I will probably put it on CIP, so that it follows the normal process of application for any given neighborhood.
Yeah, in this case, it just didn't hit the threshold because the threshold for CIP is 50,000. So that was the 30,000. I think that's still an estimate. I'm not sure how much that was because I don't have a count yet. We could update that. It could be less than that. But I agree. If we can look at it, a broad policy on this for the historic. We have funded it before on these street signs. They're the ones that just say historic district above the street sign. But not the bigger ones. But I agree about the different signs across the community. I understand that one too.
I wanted to ask a quick question in regards to this fund, and I understand that you're trying to meet the threshold for CIP. There are signs there currently, so is it just so that it adds the verbiage historic onto the signs? Because I think they were updated not too long ago.
Yeah, but these are 3 new districts that
Correct.
have not had.
Okay, so this is for the new districts, so there's no signage.
Yes.
Okay.
Because they weren't historic districts.
Is it
before.
just 3 signs?
No. These are the street signs that say this is 2100 South. This is 1500 East, and above that it says local historic district.
Right. Okay. Well, I just to wrap up the conversation. Similarly, my neighborhood would love to see this. I think if we could open that up, the conversation, so it's not just one geographic area, but let our streets placement kind of decide where. There is a process in signage placement, actually.
Could I suggest something to that idea? And maybe there is some consensus here or not. Could we explore some sort of many of these historic districts in your part of town at least overlap with community councils quite well. I wonder if there is a policy discussion or a plan to address some of that, and maybe we can put it on the policy side and discuss this in a bigger, greater conversation, and then come back to this body for funding. I would love to support that. I also think that, to me, it will be disingenuous to say to my community councils who've been really trying to get naming and the sense of ownership and pride for my neighborhoods to say I'm going to fund this one when they've been trying for many years, even before I joined this council, to get that funded. So I will be open to discuss that, but not specifically to one given neighborhood.
Sure, I think you raise a good point about signs across the city. I'm not going to discount you because I can't remember seeing any signed CIPs in the last 4 years, but on those signs. But again, they could have been not recommended, and I didn't notice them. So those could be out there. But I also know we had some questions about historic signs and historic markers across the city. So those are things that are probably weighing on
You made someone smile, so that's a big deal.
In a broader concept on our policy on funding and where should be fund signs across the city. So
historical signs and neighborhood signs. So maybe
I think that's a great policy question we can bring up. So I'm in favor of that.
Would you like council staff to add that as a legislative intent?
Yes, I think that would probably be the best place to put it in. Yes.
Great. All right.
So we're not funding this. We're going to consider legislative intent.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah. Okay. So then moving on, I'll skip over the next section of budget cleanup because we'll just proceed with the administration on that. starting on line 40, we've listed every new FTE that's proposed by the administration, including the budget
Jennifer,
amount. Go ahead.
Could I just, sorry.
Yep.
You know, we talked about the fleet vehicle funding. I know it's not on the sheet here.
You know what? It's not on the sheet because I missed the print area, but it is. There are 2 line items at the bottom of this electronic version. I'll share the screen that talk about the fleet fund, just in case the council wants to increase funding for the fleet fund, and then just a placeholder for RDA.
Oh,
if there
okay,
were
so
any.
you have it on the sheet. So okay, never mind. We'll wait till then.
There because the fleet fund is a separate fund. It doesn't always impact the general fund, but obviously, if you wanted to increase the transfer from the general fund, it would. So we can talk about that now if you want, since fleet is fresh in your mind, or we can go to the FTEs.
I was thinking this would be a good time to talk about it.
Absolutely.
And then, so I'm looking at, we had a great discussion about the fleet funding and the vehicles replacement of 26%. And that we've been stepped at $5 million for 20 years, and it should be at $8.5 million. So I'm unsure what level of funding I want to see, but if we don't start funding this, that 26% is going to grow, and the cost is going to be more expensive as far as maintenance is concerned of these vehicles that are beyond their useful life. Now, I also have a question about what is the definition of industry standard useful life? Because there's, for the longest time, and we're just going to go back in time, years before some of you might have been born, that the, manufacturers would say you have to change your oil every 3,000 miles. And I was always like, Then it went up to 5,000 miles. Now you can change your oil every 10,000 miles. And sometimes you wonder, why is that level there? Well, maybe it's also because that was because of sales, and it really wasn't because your vehicle needed it. So what is that useful life? What does that mean? And what is the cost of maintaining those older vehicles compared to a new vehicle? There's a cost comparative than, hey, you sell something or you buy a new car. So I know those are questions we need to get asked, but I also know that we need to fund more than just $5 million and additional funding here. And I think it needs to come on a more an ongoing basis than not one time, but this first time it's probably needed to be a one time. And we might be able to use funding in our future. I don't know, because this is transportation or vehicles, but no, maybe not.
I don't think you can use the county transportation, and I think if you did use funding our future, you'd have to make sure that the vehicles being purchased were public safety related,
right,
of which there's a lot. And
yeah.
so
I'm open to that, but I think we should add some funding, additional money to the fleet budget to fund the vehicle replacement.
Just to clarify, this is for EV fleets? Or?
I'm just saying fleet vehicles. I'm not going to specify to the fleet if it's EV or not, or hybrid, just vehicles, because again, some vehicles are great for some jobs, but not for all jobs, all purposes.
I think it's a policy discussion, right? Like, if we know that we have to put a massive lump sum down to catch up, and that we have to increase our spending to maintain over the longer term and not get in this situation again, I mean, that has to be a priority, but it feels like that's a longer policy discussion outside. So I'm with you, like, whatever we can put towards this, I'm all for it. But I think we do have to have the discussion, like, how do we make sure we're correcting those deficiencies? So I think I'm in the same place as you.
I'm agree with you, and we couldn't use $22 million today because it would probably be not smart. We'd be actually spending more money to use that money, but we could use 3.5 to stop the bleeding, I would say, on this portion of it. So yes, we need a long-term policy and long-term discussion on it, but we also need some, I don't say short-term, but short-term and relative term of buying vehicles, which is 12 to 18 months.
So you're looking at $3.5 million?
That's what I think that the number was that came from fleet was $5 million up to 8.5 as a good starting point.
So the administration had a long discussion about fleet and fleet's fund balance and where fund balance should sit for replacement and repairs. They have a decent sized fund balance at this point in time. We wanted to come back and evaluate where that fund balance should sit specifically for replacement, because replacement doesn't house people, right? It's vehicles only. And if there should be any fund balance there at all, or if that should be going forward, because we don't want fleet to continue to stockpile fund balance and have this large fund balance with that nobody is aware of it, and then they come back and go, oh, we've got $10 million in fund balance, right? They don't. Okay, they don't have 10 million in fund balance, but it is something that I think we need to manage and think thoughtfully of as we go forward with specifically replacement of vehicles and how we go forward with the city as a vision. So it's one of the reasons the mayor delayed one-time funding for this year, but plans on coming back with a recommendation next year.
Madam Chair, I think I'm not saying that the fleet fund is not a critical piece, but I think we have a lot of critical things in our budget, and I trust the mayor's administration to have evaluated those all and kind of come to us with which ones are critical now. And I think that these council added items are appropriate when it's something that we really see as a above and beyond priority, which I would put livable streets as one of those things that Councilmember Young has raised. I've raised in previous years where I see that as a exceptional priority, and so I don't think that the fleet fund is not a priority, but I don't see that raising to the level where I'm going to try and use a council added item to make a $3.5 million change in that. So I won't be supporting that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. My whole reason for bringing it up here is I think it needs to be addressed, whether it's 3.5 million or something. And I applaud that the administration has looked at it for the future, but I also see that it might be if there's a funding and there's some appetite after maybe a little review, we could get some money there to reduce this impact in future years. So I agree it's not as high. I would say livable streets is much higher than this one, but I also want to look at it and say, hey, if there's some funding at this level, this could be a good place to put it so we end up not costing us more money in the future in 18 months. So that's the reason why I'm just leaving it there as more of a TBD, but 3.5 was just the number from the fleet. So I don't see there's an appetite for a straw poll. I'm just like to keep that
I think we should straw poll this at a later date when we have it better fleshed out and an understanding of what we're asking.
Okay. Great. So I'll look to the next section is.
So just as a time warning, we are coming up. We have 20 minutes left for what we scheduled. I'm happy to spend the remaining 20. Just want to orient us all to that.
Great.
Madam Chair, can I propose a straw poll that we just support the budget cleanup items 35, 36, and 37?
Yes.
Thank you. And there, just to full disclosure, there may be additional items. We will let you know. I appreciate it.
There's one more I'm just noticing. You might remember from the police department budget briefing, there was $20,000 for culturally responsive therapy for families that have negative police interactions. The budget had included almost $100,000. So that's another cleanup item that frees up almost $80,000 for other uses. And that was the funding recommendation.
A straw poll to support that too.
Yeah.
Neat.
Saving money. Yay. We will add that. So then this next section just lists all of the FTEs that are proposed to be added in the budget. One council member suggested at one point that we could straw poll each of them. We don't need to, but I'll leave it to the council to decide how you want to go through that. And I wanted to make a clarification. The printed out version says assistant prosecutor. It's assistant to the prosecutor. So I just added those words now. It's a little different.
It's very Steve Carell here.
I think that maybe the conversation should be phrased. Do we have any concerns about those? And if you do raise them now.
So yes, if anyone has questions about FTEs or concerns, now would be a time.
I did. I'm like, sorry, Ken. On line item 44, I just would like to see a more robust plan or briefing on our current civic engagement and communications in the city. I was given this morning in my briefing, the number of FTEs related to communications in the city. I'm really concerned that we're expanding our operational scope and it's actually not getting us the results we want. So I will not be supporting that line item.
So could we say, pending the information that we have, maybe we can do a straw poll, all the new positions except for straw polling number 44, communications and engagement manager. So
I don't actually feel comfortable straw polling this yet because we haven't heard, we didn't hear from economic development yet. So there's
That's
a position
true.
in there
That's
from
true.
economic development. So
this is true.
yeah, so I would prefer that if there's any concerns from things we've heard or any flags people want to raise before, I just don't want to straw poll us before we've given everyone a chance to make their case.
So the only one that we haven't heard from is economic development in this list. Is that correct?
Oh, that does.
You have heard from Can.
So do you feel comfortable straw polling the
taking that one
rest
out?
then? So let's remove economic development sister city part-time position, and let's remove communications and engagement manager to a later discussion.
Are you straw polling to support the rest of them?
Yes.
Wait, I have a question about the public lands line 60 through 63. So especially with what we voted for earlier on the item 26, are those related at all? I guess probably the planning people aren't, but the
I see them as fairly separate, although I don't know if public land staff is here to address.
Tyler's.
Because I was just wondering if one impacted the other, because we did ask questions about whether or not some of these things, there could be contracted to kind of get caught up with some maintenance things as opposed to just hiring, more permanent employees. But then I didn't know if the 200, now I can't find it. Oh yeah, 26. And then if we were saying potentially contracting employees, does that relate to any of these other positions?
Can you tell me what number 26 is?
Oh yes, 26 was general increased funding for public lands maintenance for admin to come back with a plan and potential contract.
And how that relates to which new position though are you referring to?
Well,
all four. Yeah.
I
think there is a lot of overlap, more than we maybe discussed in our budget presentation with regards to the planner position and the landscape architect position. I think one of the things that I've done this week is we've looked at all of our active capital improvement projects, which we have 87 active projects. 59 or 56% of those are capital asset replacement. And so they do have a big maintenance impact. Our planning and design team does a lot of new development. And so when you look at our new assets, there is a lot of that going on because we have park impact fees. But those two positions will help a lot in the capital asset replacement category as well. The project coordinator position, it also has a significant impact on our deferred maintenance backlog. In 2016, I think council funded an ongoing deferred maintenance fund to public lands of $250,000. And we use those for contractual services for maintenance. So if we need, I'll give you a few examples, but the Jordan River bridges are the decking is getting replaced this year. We don't have anyone on our team that does that small project management. And so that project coordinator will help us spend deferred maintenance. I can see that position also funding the contractual services increase that you're proposing, the $200,000. They also oversee a quarter set cells maintenance fund that is for our urban trails. And so that position primarily will be focusing on small deferred maintenance projects. Does that provide a little clarity?
I guess so. When I saw that it was seasonal, and then up here we were talking about potentially hiring contract workers, that's where I was
I think it's converting seasonal to that position.
What?
It's converting seasonal funds on line 61. Is that the one you?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's converting seasonal funds to that position. So that's why there's no budget associated with it. So if you removed that position, it wouldn't necessarily be a budget
So
savings.
it's taking
Oh, okay.
2 seasonal
Right.
employees and making them 1 full-time.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay. So I was misunderstanding what that note meant. So what does the, what's the difference between what a public lands planner and a landscape architect does?
Good question. So up until this spring, we didn't have any landscape architects with our public lands department. Those 4 positions were transferred from our engineering division to public lands. So we have planners that are focusing primarily on long-term planning efforts. So the Emerald Ribbon Master Plan or our cultural landscape reports, our capital asset planning. Planners are mostly focusing in that area. Our landscape architects are more closely working on design of new spaces or renovating existing spaces from a landscape perspective. So right now they are filling similar roles. We hope with additional positions that we can start targeting to have our planners focus more on long-term planning and our landscape architects focus more on project management.
Okay. And there's no overlap between those two and line 65, which is project delivery support from public services? No.
I am not sure what line 65 is referring to.
That's, yeah, it just says project delivery support for parks projects.
That's in public services.
Yeah, that's probably related to construction management, is my guess. So once a project is fully planned, designed, then our engineering office is doing the construction oversight of those projects.
During the public lands presentation, they were talking about all the projects they have, especially with the additional monies, and they needed to have more people. So I think those are related to that.
Okay, so no overlap.
No overlap for
between those, because these ones are delivering, actually doing the constructing, and then these other ones are doing the planning before.
Yes, yeah, and that kind of goes back to the new project delivery process that we are working on since we brought those positions to public lands.
Are you satisfied?
Yeah, makes sense.
Jill Love has offered to speak to the communications and engagement position for a moment too.
I'm going to speak first to the community engagement team because that seems to be where the heartburn might be. So the director of that team has only been on board for about 5 months. It's really a new position, a new program, and it's going to take a minute to figure out the right role. But I will say it's very much citywide focused. They have been doing trainings that have been well attended. I know council staff has participated. They've been doing about one a month for the communication people across the city. They usually get 20 or 30 people. They have consulted with communication people in the different departments on important messaging. For instance, public utilities came to them on how to message rate increases. And public utilities has their own communication people that designed and wrote the message, and then this team helped tweak it and ask hard questions if it was the right approach. So that's one role, but they will be involved in direct project management in communication with large projects that cross departments, things like the Fleet Block or the Green Loop or the Entertainment District. They will help support those project teams in a communication role. So training, consulting, and direct project management is the role of that community engagement team. But that doesn't take away for the need for a communication person in our departments that are interfacing with the public a lot. Does that help?
How many FTEs do we have dedicated in the city to this type of role? I just worry that we have a lot of overlap.
Yeah. We provided that to you, and I don't have the direct numbers in front of me. You were right. I mean, citywide. Jennifer's pulling up for me.
Sorry, I was trying to find it too, so I apologize. I did look at it.
I would say most of our external facing departments have at least one person. Mayor's office has 2 or 3, your office has some, and then this team has 6, I think. And and that's the team in IMS. And I think that number, so the IMS number that you're seeing, I think includes graphic artists.
Right, I'm sure it includes outreach a little bit.
And they
or
really,
something.
those graphic artists really are supporting our departments, most our departments don't have a graphic artist.
I still have concerns. 111 staff dedicated to communications. I'd like to, again, I think there's room to consolidate in this. And if we fund this, I want to raise the question that we should not be expanding communications when it's not resulting in directly communicating with residents on projects we're doing. If we're going to move eventually to knowledge banking, there's also technology that helps us disseminate the repeated information. I'd like to see a plan before I continue to expand on this type of operation for the city.
So I suggested a straw poll, and I remove number 4 so we can separate that one. And Councilman Warden, do you want me to remove public lands from that straw poll? So we can.
No.
Should we? At this point, maybe we should go line by line.
No, it's okay. I did have a question about the boards and commissions analyst too, but Katie's gone. I thought she was back there.
She had to take a call, so
We actually have unresolved issues again on Thursday,
Yeah.
so I think it's
We
okay.
can-
I think it's okay if we pause and don't straw poll this and give ourselves some time to digest a few
Some of
things.
those issues. I mean, we could. What my point was, removing that one so we can have address, removing public land so we have those addressed, and move on the rest since there doesn't seem to
Let's
be
wait and see
concern.
where we stand on Thursday, because I think we've given so many other straw polls that staff has enough to move forward on that we're not holding anything up.
Yeah, and I would like to, think about just a couple of those, but I think ultimately I would be okay moving forward. But yeah, let's do it on Thursday.
So it is 5:14. Did we make it through the whole list?
We
No.
made it through the list of budget additions and subtractions. If you want to look at sort of where we stand, there's about $2 million that were in the hole in funding our future, and about $770,000 that were in the hole in the general fund. For your reference, the top part of the sheet has how much funding we have both in the general fund and funding our future. Also, that 770 figure. Sorry, I'll share my screen. Does not factor in staff reviewing potentially other items that you straw polled that might be eligible for funding our future, and it also does not factor in the suggestion Mary Beth made of using the transportation tax. So that's where we stand right now, and we'll continue to gather information. Madam Chair, I think the only other thing that might be helpful, if I could just even direct council's attention to that section of the staff report, is to get council members starting to read the legislative intents, because ultimately whatever language is adopted, you should be fully comfortable with. And so if you want us to read through that now, we can, or if we want to take a break from budget stuff, I also understand that.
I would prefer to take a break and visit it with fresh eyes. How do we feel about it? How does everyone else feel?
Okay. So if I could make a pitch, though, that between now and Thursday, if you could take a look at those and let staff know if there's any kind of wording suggestions you have, or changes, or additional ones that you would like to see that you don't see. We will add, I believe that there was another one suggested today about historical and neighborhood signs. So we'll add that one into the staff report.
Thank you so much.
Version. Yeah.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Jen. You guys are brilliant as always. All right, with that, we're going to move over to item number 9, sorry. And this is an Economic Development Loan Fund to Shades of Pale Incorporated. Allison Rowland, the Council Policy Analyst, will be joined by Roberta Reichelt, our Business Development Director, and Will Wright, our Economic Development Project Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just by way of introduction, while these guys are getting settled, this would be a loan from the Economic Development Loan Fund to a business called Shades of Pale Inc. at 1388 South, 300 West. It's a $350,000 loan at a 10.5% fixed interest rate over 7 years. The standard EDLF limit is 100,000, as we've seen before, but this is more than triple because the loan falls into the category of an expansion loan. It's an existing business, and the borrower is a co-owner of the business with more than 3 years of experience at this company. So that's why the size is larger than most. The EDLP Loan Committee recommended funding this business, recommended the loan for this business. And just a reminder that now voting on EDLF loans is scheduled on the same day as the briefing, so you will be considering this one tonight. Please.
Thanks, Allison. Hi, council members. Great to be with you. I don't have a lot to add. It's just we are excited about this loan. As you know, Shades already has a presence here in downtown on State Street, sort of a smaller scale, and this will be their mainstay. And they are moving from a location in South Salt Lake onto what a development is turning into called the Engine Block, which will feature not only Shades but a bunch of other local businesses. And if Will has anything to add.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things I wanted to mention that we're really excited about this loan request is that one of their focuses is on the, and they're really looking to promote some of the improvements that the city's made to 300 West transportation. So really highlight bicycles, have patios, and bike racks. And with that, we'll take any questions that you have.
Madam Chair, I am more and more excited the more I see development happening on along 3rd West for things that I want to go to for more than just to like stock up on a lot of toilet paper or something like that. So I am excited for this. There's a bunch of, I wouldn't have imagined how many bars or breweries or kombucha places or little things would be popping up along 3rd West even 5 years ago. So this is really exciting, and I'm very supportive of this business relocating and us helping them do that.
Council, anything else? All right. Thank you for your presentation. We will vote on it this evening.
Thank you, council members. As always, thanks for your support for our local businesses.
Thank you.
With that, we can now move on to a board appointment for the City and County Building Conservation and Use Committee. Karen Ferguson is joining us online. Karen, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi. So typically we give candidates for appointment, a couple minutes to introduce themselves, why they're interested in this position. So if you want to take a minute or two, we'd love to learn a little bit about you.
Great. Well, thank you for the invitation. I do appreciate that. I've worked with VCBO Architecture for over 25 years as a project manager. I was the project manager on the restoration of your stone and part of the team that put the new stone carvings on the building, and I've been in and out of that building quite a bit. That was a 2015 project. I was the project manager for the State Capitol restoration in the early 2000s, and I just have a passion for the historic nature of these buildings and what it says about the community and how it shows us that early Utahns believed in the longevity of this community and our city. And so I just want to be part of your board just to continue that connection with that fabulous building.
Council?
Sounds like really professional experience you're bringing to the board. So thank you for being willing to volunteer your service.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. We don't take lightly when members of our community offer their expertise and time and energy to the city in this way. And we all love people who love this building since we spend so much of our lives in it. So,
oh yeah.
Thank you for offering. You will be on a consent agenda. We will vote to approve you. You don't need to be present for that to happen. And welcome to Team City.
Yay. And I am a city, I live in the city. I live near Liberty Park. own my home. So I have that connection as well.
Awesome. District 5 especially thanks you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Karen.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We are now, Council, please make note that there is a written briefing from the Human Resources Department available to you. Please be sure that you review that at your convenience. We are now at the point of the report of Chair and Vice Chair. Vice Chair, anything to share? I'm good as well. Report an announcement from the Executive Director.
I have some things. Council member from Lexington, Kentucky will be here to visit on Thursday, June 6th from 9:30 until 11:30. I guess, oh, there are 12 council members. They would like to join for questions and answers and discussions on public safety and affordable housing, and they would like to have tours of the building. So a calendar appointment has been sent, and breakfast will be provided. So we need to find out which council members would be able to attend. And that is 9:30 to 11:30. Maybe you've already signed up, I don't know.
If you haven't, please make time to come. I got to meet with their leadership who's planning, and it's really fun and interesting to hear how much stuff we have in common. Also, I think all of our staff here should be thankful there's only 7 of us as opposed to the 17 they have there. Yeah, so it's it's going to be interesting, but it was interesting talking to them and hearing how many of the same issues we're facing in different parts of the country. So I think it'll be good conversation.
Okay. And then, let's see, the city has a process when artwork is no longer considered to be part of the city's collection, that it comes to you to be decommissioned, basically. So these artworks are being removed from the city's public art collection. There is some of these are missing, or they've been destroyed just by the elements, or that type of a thing. So there is the untitled 4th Avenue Stairwell by Willie Littig. That one, I think, must have been deteriorated. There's the Peace Cradle by Dennis Smith. That looked like a bronze, and it was stolen. There's Vines and Leaves by Brad Taylor and Carrie Buxton, and the photograph of that is obviously weather worn and no longer salvageable. And then the same is true with the 200 West planters by John Riddle and Paul Heath. So let's see, informational transmittal was received by the council office May 23rd, satisfying the 40-day advance notice requirement in city code before an artwork in the city's collection may be removed. And they've given you photos, and those photos are a part of our public record.
Isn't the Peace Cradle Gallivan Center?
Isn't it where?
At Gallivan Center, like right by the base of the...
I don't know. Item B, it says the artwork does not exist due to theft. So this is a 2008 photograph.
And we're losing a stairwell? I guess I'm confused about that.
I think there was a
It's
piece
still
of
lit.
art on that.
Got it. So the stairwell's still there. There was a piece of art. Perfect. Thank you.
And I don't know if the tiles were the art. I can't tell. We can find out, though, and get back to you. I was stumped on that
I have a
one.
question on item number D, the planters. I just want to, I can take this in an email or whatever, but I would like transportation to weigh in on if that's going to have any effect on traffic safety on that street. Were those purely aesthetic? My understanding was that those planters were also a traffic calming device. And if that's true and we're going to remove them, I want to figure out a plan for replacing or...
Okay, we'll ask that. I think they may have been before the cement pieces were in place before the curbs, when it was just paint. But we'll find out, because this is sitting right next to a cement curb.
I think that they go all up and down 200 West.
They do.
So it's not
Oh.
just one, it's like multiple.
Yeah.
And so I just want to make sure we're not getting rid
Okay.
of them all and they were serving a function in
Purpose.
addition to
Okay.
art. Because I thought
Okay.
that they were a traffic calming device, but I'm
We
maybe
will
wrong.
Find that out.
Quick question on the piece, Carol, and it relates not only to this piece, but to other ones. That bronze and all these metals are more valuable, and we saw fencing being stolen from one of our historical buildings in our district, and when we're losing a piece of art of this magnitude, do we have any policy regarding replacement, or doing some sort of I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I'm trying to figure out a way to record their existence and potentially being able to somehow replace the piece, because it's really a tragedy to lose some of these things. For the fencing, fortunately we had other pieces of the fence, so that fence is very unique and easy to replicate. I mean, now that we have pieces of it, but in a case like this, I wonder if we have a policy regarding documenting these larger metal pieces. The Peace Gardens is losing a lot of plaques because the metal is precious, and some of the members of the community are trying to find photographs of what those plaques said. So I wonder if there is a policy that we can record some of this for future maybe replacement.
I know that the city had commissioned a review of the art inventory, and that included documenting everything, which is probably why we have these photographs. But I will find out. I don't know that it would extend to the plaques, but I'll ask, and then if there's any policy relating to replacement of art that's stolen. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, so then I need a motion to move into closed session for the purpose of strategy sessions to discuss collective bargaining and attorney-client matters.
Madam Chair, I move that we enter closed session for the purpose of discussing collective bargaining as well as receiving attorney-client advice.
Sorry.
Say that wrong.
Katie also said to discuss labor negotiations.
Labor negotiations, collective bargaining, and attorney-client privilege.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Mono, a second from Dugan. Any discussion? I'll roll call. Young?
Yes.
Hui?
Yes.
Mono?
Yes.
Wharton?
Yes.
Lopez Chavez?
Aye.
Dugan?
Yes.
And I am affirmative. That's 7 in favor. We are in closed session.